Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is Mr. Ty Beard. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
I'm good, except for the fact that, I'm down in Florida and I haven't streamed with this computer since the last time I was in Florida several months ago. And so
Wow.
everything is messed up and trying to get, because my kids use this computer now. So I had gotten everything into a good place on the regular streams, but then getting set up for a guest, I was like, oh, this is going to be easy. No, it wasn't easy. It was actually very, very
Nick,
annoying.
real quick. Let me do something real quick. Sorry.
Oh, okay. April Fools. No Ty Beard tonight.
There we go.
What did you do?
I decided I wanted more dramatic lighting.
Oh, okay.
In case we decide to sing "Every Breath You Take," acapella, we can,
Yeah,
other
that's what we
lights.
talked. That's what we talked about. We were like, yeah, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like watching in slow motion in this foolish lover's game.
Take my breath.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was on Top Gun. It was on Top Gun.
Yeah, so it's manly
One hat. Yeah. Well,
by default.
I don't know. I was horribly scarred by that homoerotic volleyball game at Top Gun. Although, curiously enough, the women in my office got to talking about it. They didn't have the same reaction to it that I did. But
I love that. I love that movie. I love that scene. Everything about that movie is perfect. It is raw adrenaline.
Yeah. Well, so the funny thing is I wanted to fly F-14 Tomcats specifically about 5 years. Well, not 5 years. When Top Gun come out? 85, 86,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah. When I was 79 and 80, when I was a freshman in high school, I wanted to be a Navy aviator. I would have settled for the Marines, but unfortunately, my eyesight sabotaged me. But I was at the point where I was writing letters to Senator Tower, and the parents were kind of looking around to see about getting an appointment to Annapolis, and then I noticed I couldn't see. Well, actually, I noticed it whenever I couldn't read the numbers on the pool balls on a pool table.
Sure. So you couldn't do the
Yeah.
other Tom Cruise movie either.
No, not really. Well, when you can't read the balls, and I hadn't bothered to memorize the colors, I couldn't do three ball in the corner pocket. I had to go the yellow ball in the corner pocket, which was dead giveaway.
So how much
But
time did you spend studying balls before you realized you couldn't read them?
so, how about them Cowboys? I hear they're going to have a great offensive line this year.
Oh my God.
How have you been, by the way, man? I really hadn't had much
yeah, well,
interaction with you.
we haven't talked lately, and I've been good. Very
No,
busy.
you're never good. I mean, not
Well, okay, I've been doing well.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
Extremely busy as always. Now, of course, like I said, we're here. We're down in Florida, visiting my parents, which is great, but it's also not home. And
no.
you know how that
It's,
goes. You know how not go home goes.
Yeah, well, I've streamed several times from not home on your show, and yes, I do. You know, it's yeah. Well, it sounds like you were in the same level of hell I was. I've been extremely busy at work and haven't really done anything on my desk PC here. You know,
Right.
and so it probably hadn't been turned on in a week, and so we're rushing to get on the show, and I bought a new stand for my camera thingy, and so
The
fire the
sta-
computer up and here what Windows update and Apple update. Would you just stop, please, God? I would like to see a mode that says "Don't jack with me, just start up mode."
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Oh,
You
but
know,
I can't out boomer you real quick. I
I
guess.
have no doubt about that.
Well, good. I appreciate your confidence.
Look, I'm supportive. Very
Well,
supportive.
so Brianna was in here getting me all, getting okay, scoot up, Dad. Okay, yeah, and I was just kind of absently playing on the computer and popped over the browser and started typing, and she goes, "Oh my God, did you actually type www.google.com?" I said, "Yeah." It's like, oh God. So apparently, all you got to type is Google. Who knew?
Yeah.
Uh, so
You just type in, you don't even really need to type in Google. You could just, where that little internet address goes, you could just start typing your search now and it'll just search for you. You don't even have to go all the way
I
to the
actually
page.
knew. All kidding aside, I actually knew that. I really was just absently doing it, but the sheer look of pity and disappointment, maybe it reminds me of when she was a little girl. But
You've been disappointing her your whole life. So
yep,
anyway,
yep.
so we'll get to your announcement in a little bit. We'll let people kind of filter in. This is good. No, for the 50th time to the chat. This has nothing
Not a
to
Vic
do
update.
with Vic. There is no Vic update this week. Although when we set up the stream, we were kind of wondering if that might occur because
We both had a premonition, I think, that it was going to come down tonight. Damn it!
well,
We
I
we
was
split on what we thought the result might be, but it was I was about as sure as as rain.
well, I was mainly just wondering how much I have done to make God mad because that was the judge. So right now
I
I've
think you're going to
decided.
need a bigger blog.
Well,
For
no,
that, but
I think tonight proved that somehow, like you and I have not done enough to make God angry, because if we had, the decision would have come down and everything would have been negative. This would have been the worst night to do it. So that would have, if God was truly mad and truly punitive, that would have been
yeah.
happening.
Well, I'd be lying if I said I have a sense of peace about this because I don't. I mean, I want to win. But you know, it's an interesting test of being an adult when you have to wait for this kind of stuff, right? Because it's going to come when it comes. We've done everything we can do. There's not a thing I can do or any of my people can do to alter the outcome. And how many times as lawyers do we say something to clients like, you know, look, go think about something else.
Yeah.
This is out of your hands. We and once again, I find myself being a complete hypocrite. I, you know, I'm
As you
like,
sit
okay,
there locked to your refresh key. Come on.
yeah, yeah. It's like, lawyer, would you take your own legal advice? Now, I will say this: other than tonight, I don't. I just go to bed on Thursday night like any other night. I, you know, I,
Yeah.
I've been. It's been this week's been interesting, man. I've come off of 2 consecutive 18-hour work days with only about 4 hours of sleep in the two, but I'm strangely energized. Perhaps it's just seeing you again.
I think so. It's my electric and magnetic
By the way,
Floridaism.
we can probably get into an extended trashing session on this guy. Who was that dipshit you had on your show? The legal Smeagol or whatever.
Oh,
the hell
Legal
his name
Eagle.
was.
Yeah, that guy, Devin.
I like legal Smeagol better because he is an idiot. I mean, I'm actually serious. I was watching this going, is this a show making fun of someone on the spectrum pretending to be a lawyer? I mean, I was like,
No,
hey,
he's just YouTube's favorite lawyer, like the actual YouTube company's favorite lawyer. Because
wow.
Listen here, Legal Eagles. He sits in front of his desk. He's got a cool fake background with some fake books, and it looks like a law library. And that's what lawyers do: is they sit in a law library and they talk about the law with a lamp, with a green shade, and a golden base, just like on Law and Order and in every fake depiction of a New York district attorney's office.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't know what kind of clients he's got, if he has any. My clients would eat him alive. And they'd chew the bones up. I mean, there wouldn't even be. No, that was just I was just like, this guy. No, I mean I really did. I actually thought for a little bit, because I came on your stream. I got up to go to work.
Yeah, you
It
were
was,
up, and that was pretty early because I was on.
it was
Yeah,
about 2:30
yeah, because I was like,
Central.
I'm on Eastern time, looking at 3:30, and I'm like, that's
Hmm.
early even for Ty.
Yeah. Well, you said go to bed, and I said I'm not going to work, you degenerates.
Oh,
Well, you've been there. You have, a deadline. Uh, a project gets moved ahead, and the other side and your client says, "Can we get it done?" And in your absolute arrogance and hubris, you say, "Yes, of course."
that's
At
my
nine
job.
o'clock.
That's my job to
And
get it done by this
no,
evening. Yeah.
there's no better feeling when you do.
True.
That's why, despite 4 hours of sleep in 2 days and 36 hours total working days in 2 days, I'm actually pretty jazzed because we got it done.
Well,
And
good.
yeah.
Well, let me do a couple of these chats.
Hmm.
We'll hit your announcement, and then we can just.
Don't you think Legal Smeagol though is a good one?
It is a good one. I've seen
Yeah.
it used.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Not
I shouldn't say a
everybody.
lot of people, but I've seen it bandied about, and I think it's effective.
I think he is as smart as Gollum. That's fair.
Maybe. I don't
Maybe.
know.
Well,
Gollum
you had
seems.
to put up with him longer than I did, so
Oh, that's not the first case of this I've
insufferable.
covered. He's God, he's embarrassing. You mentioned you bought a new stand for your camera, and
Yep.
one day, I don't know what I'm going to have to do. I think I'm going to have to fly down to Texas and physically threaten you, but you are going to have to get a stand for your microphone. It is
That's right.
infinitely more important
every-
than your camera stand.
Okay. Well, and I'm banging the crap out of the desk.
No, it's so
And it's
loud.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me. I'll fix that real quick. I apologize for that. I forgot all about that. Well, I went to the www.google.com thingy, and it didn't tell me anything about that. So, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. No,
Um,
I'll send you one. I don't care.
well,
Whatever
no,
it
I
takes.
just, I'm looking for something that I can cushion my. This will work. No, it won't work. There we go. All right. So at least I'm not, Now,
Just-
if I dump this coffee all over myself, I'm going to blame some of the people.
Just wrap your hands in ribeye steaks so when you pound on the table, it doesn't. It's not as
yeah.
dumpy. Okay, so let me do a couple super chats that came in before the
Sure.
show because those YouTube moves those now because they're stupid, and then we're gonna do we'll do your announcement and then we can just talk about a couple things. Okay, question for you both: Godzilla versus King Kong. Who wins? This is from Sleepy Gaunt. Can only imagine how busy you'd be, Ty, but you think you'll ever get the chance to partake in a D&D campaign like Nick did with Syl Blinton? Hilarious character, by the way. Okay, so first question is Godzilla versus Kong. Who wins?
I'm assuming this is going to be the big King Kong from the Godzilla versus Kong movies.
I guess.
Yeah, because the original King Kong was only like 40 feet tall.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I described it this way. King Kong climbed a building. Godzilla was as big as all the buildings.
Yeah. So with that stipulation, I'm going to go with King Kong. He's a primate, presumably more intelligent, more agile. Don't know. Godzilla's breath weapon is the wild card.
Have you ever seen a Komodo dragon fight a toddler?
Well, opinions apparently vary. That's pretty good.
I think Godzilla wins.
Yeah. Well, if it's strictly a brute force contest, I would tend to agree. Although, there was a Godzilla. There was a Japanese movie in the late 60s, Godzilla versus Kong, or maybe it was King Kong Escapes, or anyway.
Yeah.
It was awful. I mean, it was cheesy as all get. Rhodes Reason Rex Reason's brother, if you don't know who he is. And it was a Japanese movie, so you had the obligatory, just randomly inserted American reporter telling you what was going on and all this. And in that movie, King Kong fought it wasn't Godzilla, it was a T-Rex or something. And King Kong kept jumping up and kicking. No, the lizard jumped up and kicked King Kong and knocked him over. Anyway, it's a horribly bad, awful movie. Should we tell them about the planned watch party?
Sure. We have a watch party planned. I think I have to do it next week when I get back.
Well, it's not one I'd want to do on Good Friday.
Right.
Yeah, it's The Devil's Reign is the movie, and that just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah. But we'll have to do that when I get back. I'll figure out how to do a multi-person watch party. I think basically I just put you on the screen with me, and then you just join the watch party like everybody else. And I think it's all at the same time anyway, so it should work in theory.
I mean, who can turn down William Shatner and Ernest Borgnine in the same movie?
Yeah, that'll be good. I've never seen it, so we'll have to. I can't wait. Okay, but the next part of the question was. And this is something I've been meaning to ask you about. We need to do a D&D campaign.
We sure have talked a good game on that, haven't we?
Yeah. So we need to get something on the schedule. Now, there's the idea that you run the D&D campaign. Mm-hmm. And then there's another idea where you participate and someone else runs it for us.
We can do that. I am not. I'm almost exclusively a dungeon master. I do play if I have to, but I really enjoy DMing. Gee, what were the odds, right? I like running the whole thing. Yeah, but no, I could play too. But I don't know. I really don't know what kind of a player I am. I'm told I'm a good game master, but
some people are polite, I guess.
Or who wants to beat up on the short bus kid? I mean, come on.
You gotta just do what I did. You play a warlock. You name him Syl Blinton. He's pledged.
I'm not engaging in those heresies of yours.
He's pledged to the Archlich Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It's great.
The classic races, the classic classes. First edition AD&D. There's just no reason.
First edition. Okay. Sure. I'll make you.
Yeah, when I say old school, I actually mean,
I'll play first edition with you, but you have to play a monk.
Oh, deal.
First edition monks are terrible.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, if somebody else was running it, they wouldn't actually. So I actually made a few modifications that do help. 6-sided hit dice, and you give the monk strength and dex bonuses. There's no reason on earth for them not to get them.
Yeah, well, sure.
That helps a lot, but
yeah, I'm gonna play wizards too and give them a D12 hit dice and automatic AC of 20.
Well, the disagreement with a monk is a warrior, and really he has a D4 more hit points than the most effete wizard. Chuck Norris protests.
All right. Sista says you're awesome. Hey, thank you, Sista. Kiwi goes.
She was talking to me, Nick.
I know.
You.
Well, I was thanking her for you. Kiwi goes
You're
live.
That kind of guy.
Says Ty, I really like you as a person, which is why I'm giving you this word of advice. If anyone asks you to attend a family reunion at a Popeye's chicken restaurant, I beg you to just politely decline the offer. That's sage wisdom.
That would disappoint a number of my aunts and uncles and cousins.
Well, do they congregate in public bathrooms at Popeye's?
I don't know.
Well, okay.
My family in Central Louisiana likes they Popeyes.
I'm going to send you a video later, and you can maybe get some context. Jeff Patriot sent a sticker. Thank you for that. Nate says, you're later than a vote for Joe Biden right now. Tighten up. Can't win with effort like this. Also, this super chat identifies as $100. Oh, thank you. That was nice. Jillian Seed says, first super in a bit. Late and gay. Hey, thank you, Jillian. Yes, late and gay. Jeff Patriot says, it's okay to be gay, but do you have to be so late too? I was not at all set up to do a guest stream. It was a mess. And then Avahine says, is Ty announcing his new pronouns? His, very bold of you to assume that would be a his. Nix Hex says, I saw.
Do not tempt me. Do not. You're setting me up. Don't.
Nix Hex says, I saw give thanks, not pranks trending on Twitter today. Yet another reminder of how humorless society is becoming. We could all stand to lighten up a bit. As Dick Masterson put up, it's just something fun that we do. Well, here's my thing. I liked April Fools until every stupid company had a stupid, elaborate April Fools prank. And all of them are boring and just dumb marketing. In fact, one company might be paying for it. Did you hear about Volkswagen?
Perfect. No, what'd they do?
Volkswagen pranked the internet that they would change their name to Volkswagen, indicating a shift to electric vehicles. And now they're being investigated by the SEC for potential stock manipulation.
It would take a heart of stone to not laugh at that. Even in this fundamentally unjust world that we live in, every now and then,
that is catastrophic. Bad Vibe says, Ty, don't fix it. Make Nick suffer the grifter as I pay for this chat. Well,
suffer not the grifter to live.
Yeah. Oh, guys, I did get a Grifter #2 comic book at the comic store as well. I'm on the lookout for as many Grifter comics as I can. I think I want to wallpaper my background in Grifter comics. Alan,
GrifterCon.
Yeah, Grifter was a character created in Image Comics with Cyberforce, or no, Wild Things.
Me, I gotta make something happen here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, man. It's complicated.
Okay.
It's technical. We were watching Ghostbusters. My youngest daughter took a college class where she was assigned Ghostbusters.
To do what?
That didn't happen when I was a kid. I'm just saying. And
what was
it was
she assigned?
To watch the 1984 movie Ghostbusters.
And
not the one with the lesbian janitors, but
the one with the gay janitors.
The one with the good one. The one that was funny.
Yes, correct.
No, but there's a scene in there where Murray is waving around his meter thingy, and Sigourney Weaver is just kind of looking at him like, "What is that?" And he goes, "It's technical." And I look, and both of my daughters turn and look at me, and I'm like, "What?" They judge with their eyes. They do.
Did I not correct it to Wildcats? I thought I corrected it to Wildcats. I said Cyberforce at first because I liked Cyberforce better, but then I thought I said Wildcats. But anyway.
So this isn't a comic book about you then?
Well, I mean, it is. His name is Grifter. So
that was my assumption.
Yeah. But it's not specifically about me. Oh, I said Wild Things. Oh no, that was the Denise Richards movie.
We could watch part of that one.
We did that. I did that one.
It
was
Who
good. With? Drexel.
Of course you did.
Drexel,
I gotta find that.
He swore up and down that there was no nudity in Wild Things, and I said, "Of course there was. What are you talking about?"
Well, it sure did seem like there was.
And then he swore that Denise Richards was not specifically nude in Wild Things. I said, "Yes, that was the whole reason anybody saw it. I mean, it certainly wasn't for Matt Dillon."
No, but was he wrong?
Yeah, he was wrong.
Okay, thank God. I was like, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, well, let's move on. I got in trouble last time when we got talking about sexy 80 movies. So yeah,
two more.
Skip on a bit, brother.
2 more chats, and then we'll do the announcement. Alan Rees says, a man walked into a bar with his alligator and asked the bartender, "Do you serve lawyers here?" "Sure do," replied the bartender. "Good," said the man. "Give me a beer and I'll have a lawyer for my gator." Blaine 20 says, I read that April Fool's was based on an event where Spanish kicked out the Jews, and then they told the Moors to go home to Morocco and provided ships. The Spanish burnt their homes in Spain and then burnt the ships. Oh my God.
Well, if it's not true, it ought to be. So I think we just go with it.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Let's do your announcement. I guess, right? This is what we're here for. Very important.
Do we do like a drum roll type thing?
You can. I can't because I have a shock mount and a boom arm on my microphone, so you can't hear it when I hit on my table.
It's a boom mount.
Yeah, just one
for
of
the
these.
microphone.
It looks like a lamp arm.
Okay, I'll get one.
They're like $20.
It's not the price; it's the knowledge of their existence that was the critical path here.
I'll Venmo you the 20.
Well, thank you. You are a giver. No, actually, I'm happy, and I am happy to announce my oldest daughter is getting married Saturday afternoon, and it will be, in fact, here at our house, and and she's going to live stream it if anybody cares to watch. We have a lot of family in Louisiana and stuff, and it's still cumbersome for them to come and all that. So she's unlikely beard on Twitch, one word, I believe. And the wedding will be at 6.
6 Central Time.
Yeah, 6 Central Time. Yes. And probably what we'll do is, we're not members of an organized religion. We're Southern Baptist. So it'll be a fairly short ceremony, and then we'll have the party afterwards and stuff. So we'll probably come back on, and she'll announce about when we do the speeches and the toasts, kind of thing.
Sure.
I'm not really a big fan of showing the father-daughter dance. While my daughter is beautiful and gorgeous, I don't think anybody wants to really see me dance.
No, not at all. Not unless you're in a hot tub.
Oh, geez. So
look, it is Twitch after all.
Am I saying the right thing? It is Twitch, right?
Yeah. Twitch has hot tub streams. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, man, I'm talking about my daughter.
I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about.
I know.
I'm talking about you. That's just so much better. Gosh,
I don't know where I get off. No, I will dance. My daughter's actually taught me how to dance some years ago, and that was an anniversary present to my wife, who loves to dance. I always kind of did the whole, we could have had a montage of the Footloose thing, learned how to, all that crap. But anyway, but no, thank you so much. I see all these. Okay, no hot tub dancing. No, I'm not going to have it. But yeah, I see all these. I see everybody saying congratulations. Thank you. It's I approve of the marriage.
Yeah. So I was talking. First of all, of course, my sincerest congratulations. Very awesome. And I'll hopefully be able to stop by. I'm not sure. So you said that's at 6. I think we'll be back here by then. So hopefully I'll be able to at least pop on and give my congratulations in person via the internet. Is that a thing? I don't know.
Interwebs.
Yeah, but
tell your mom and dad, because they might want to watch. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if we're around, I'll set it up and we can pop on and say hi. So that would be great, because we have a thing. We're taking the kids to an Easter egg hunt earlier in the afternoon.
Cool.
But
That'd be cool.
I mean, I guess it's an Easter egg hunt. It's not that cool.
It's probably getting dark by 7, because it'll be 7 o'clock your time, and you're on the East Coast.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, then we should be here. That'll be perfect, because I think it's like 1 to 4 or something. But yeah, so we will say hi. So my deepest congratulations to her. That is awesome. On that note, I was talking about this yesterday, long before you woke up and joined the stream, but I plan on doing a series of conversations with men about manhood and masculinity, because I think we've lost examples of good masculine men in popular media. Obviously,
No
everybody's
question.
everybody's like an effeminate weirdo wearing dresses and crying, with their feelings or whatever. And so that's got to stop. And so that might be
Yeah.
an interesting topic to talk about as
Sure.
that picks up is you, as someone who is marrying off daughters and dealing with son-in-laws and suitors. I think that'd be an interesting topic to go to there.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean, we can talk about it a little bit tonight if you want to. I mean, it's up to you. But
it's for
yeah,
the Manversation show, Ty. Come on.
oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was breaking. No, all kidding aside, it is when you're a father, that's it. There's no question that it's a bittersweet kind of thing. But like Brianna told me, this is not a funeral. We stop acting like it is. you know, so it's I mean, if you have a good relationship with your daughter, which I do, they're just always your little girl. I mean, I used to tell them that when I look at you, I see you as a composite of every age you've ever been. So as a practical matter, I see you at about half the age you actually are, and and there's nothing I can do about that.
Right.
So it's but I approve of the marriage. The young man is a good guy. He did it right. He came before me. He conquered his fear. Just kidding. No, actually, I'm not kidding. But he asked my permission, and we reasoned together. I explained to him, I explained to him that I approved of him, and that, but at the same time that you say in your wedding vows that you will treat my little girl right and be faithful and all that. But you're promising me that man to man, and I am not as merciful and forgiving as the Almighty. In your vows, you're promising God that, but
well, you say
promising,
if I think you messed it up, it's my job to get you there quicker to explain it to him.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. And it's sort of a rite of man. You're talking about masculinity. I feel like that's a rite of manhood, personally, because that's the beginning of the process where you treat that young man like he is an equal. How men interact, right?
Right.
We start out with the harassing and the razzing and all that, and we evolve into it. But he's a good guy. He's sharp as a tack. He's as sharp as she is, which is pretty sharp. He's going to go to law school, by the way. I think I may have told you that.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that, but I'm glad that he is.
I don't know. I think somebody out there might have a job or something if he wants it. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm already convinced he'll get into a top tier law school and make straight A's, and I won't be able to afford him.
Yeah.
So I'm not really. I'm not really. I mean, but yeah, he's good people. He really is, and he's as conservative probably as I was at his age, which is very conservative. He has some unfortunate libertarian leanings, but he'll grow out of that.
Oh, okay. Libertarian leanings that's the only thing keeping him alive right now.
Mm.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I mean, I might as well just admit it publicly. I do actually like him. It's tough. you don't want to say that, but yeah, I do. And I'm happy for them. They're a good match. There are people out there that you see that you go, oh yeah, those two, they're not. They go together. They go together, and so I'm very proud. And like his family too, which is, that's kind of a big deal.
I'm gonna clip you saying I like him and give him that 5 years from now for his birthday.
Just know, Nick, that I will have opportunity to wreak my vengeance upon you, and nothing will stop me from doing that. So you, you, you get 2 shots, and then I get about 5 in a row. So you
Sure,
think that through
sure.
and make the business decision you think you want to make.
All I need are those 2 shots, because we'll be in that bar bathroom, and the first one will be a slap left, and then the next one will be a sucker punch in the right.
Man, wasn't that just the best?
It was great.
I must have watched that video 15 times. I showed it at the office. I said, now watch this, watch the head slap. Notice how the guy flinches to the left, and then he just clocks him. And notice he keeps popping him with the right and not wasting the left, because I was like, it was like I was back in back 30 years. But yeah. Well, I don't. Well, I mean, I had my share of scuffles. I don't mean it that. What I mean is that that's one of the things that we don't have anymore. By the way, that I think is contributing very greatly to the feminization of society. Is 2 young men get in a fist fight now, they call the damn police and people go to jail.
Yeah,
and that's just bullshit, because that's how one of the ways we men sort our hierarchies is by physical prowess. And the thing is, once it's sorted, we're good. We who the alpha is, and everybody falls in their place. So these young, there's 2 problems. Number one, they don't know how to sort, or if they are sorting, they're doing it by stupid criteria. And number 2, the loss of that possibility that you may wind up in the parking lot duking it out with a guy allows you to act like a woman and be just, and be as snippy as women can be. Women never fear the fact that they might get into a knife fight with each other.
sure.
With men of well, certainly of our age, your age, my age, we start mouthing off to each other and talking trash. There's a chance there's chance that blows are going to be punched, and that constrains our behavior in a positive way, I think.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and nowadays you might actually end up in a knife fight, which is insane. That we can't just have those scuffles, scuffles, and be done with it. In fact, I just watched a scuffle on the stream. Was it? I think it was 2 days ago. Was it yesterday or the night before? I think it was the night before. So it would have been Tuesday, I believe. And we watched 2 Titans clash in an epic duel. There was some. It was like plate tectonics, right? You could say, or like maybe
that's a vivid picture.
Like 2 Volkswagen buses colliding. These are slow moving but large.
If you want to see one of the very greatest and short boxing matches ever, I mean, just to get a feel for what real stuff is, look up Hagler and Hearns. It's on YouTube. They got it in high definition. Marvelous Marvin Hagler, he changed his name.
Yeah.
He truly was one of the greatest middleweights of all time. No debate. And Hearns was, when he was good, he was real good. And those 2 guys did not like each other one bit. And they had a boxing match, and it barely went 3 rounds, and Hagler won. But they beat the living shit out of each other. I mean, it was
I don't think you understand. Like, you're talking about this. Oh, these 2 amateurs throwing gloved hands. You're not really up on.
Oh, excuse me. Did somebody actually say that?
You're like talking Hagler and Hearns as if anybody's ever heard of these, but clearly you've never heard of Riley and Ralph, because this is peak masculine achievement.
It's not going to be like that video game, is it?
What video?
I'm still scarred from that. The one that you and Drexel set me up on.
No. These are people that I know. These are These are true modern celebrities of the internet, and they had a cataclysmic clash over. Well, you probably can identify with this because this is why we watched it. It involves some legal dilemma. There was a girlfriend who is an ex-girlfriend of a person who is now a female, and
It's starting to sound like that video game, Nick.
I know I realize that,
Okay.
but
Okay.
the long and short is the person who is now a female had the ex-girlfriend's stuff, some of the leftover property that had been in the house for several months, and the ex-girlfriend wanted to retrieve it. They ended up leaving it outside. It rained, so there's some yelling and screaming. Apparently, there was a dispute over the height of one of the parties. He started the day at 5'2" and ended the day at 4'9", I think. Based on the yelling, it was kind of hard to discern, and that was the source of some of the blows, and fisticuffs flew. But it all started over a dispute over, maybe abandoned property.
I can tell me who it is again.
I'll send you the link. I'll just send it to you.
Okay, it might work.
I promise you, there is nothing like
The
Last of Us 2.
Oh, there's nothing like a bad fight.
Oh, this is a great fight. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
True prowess.
Yeah.
Absolute
I can
legends.
tell from your tone that it's going to be a tour de force.
It's an American sumo extravaganza.
Well, that was always that was the thing, right? Much like the dueling conversations we've had, over the years since I've been on your show. When I was in high school, this was a fight. Okay, they squared off. There's a flurry of badly timed punches. Somebody might get lucky and actually pop the other and even knock him down, but most of the time, the blows bounced off of shoulders or heads or whatever, and then they grapple. And then it's just a grappling match, and then the teachers would come and break it up, and that was that. Or they'd be on the ground rolling around grappling, but
right,
but again, you could have one of those fights, and then it was like it just kind of cleared everything, and it was okay to be friends with that guy, as crazy as it may sound.
Yeah.
It's a guy thing. I don't know what the hell the psychology is, but it resolved it. Even if it was a draw, it resolved it. And I just think that we need that more. But send me the link because it sounds like I will enjoy it. But my daughters got tired of watching that video of the slide of that.
People are suggesting that we watch it live, but it's like the whole thing's like 15 minutes. So I don't know if we want to.
I'm not watching 15 minutes of two goofballs slap one another.
Well, they give all the backstory too. See, I
don't care about any of that.
That's the interesting legal parts of it is, who's in the wrong here, all of this stuff, and there's lots of questions. Long story short, everybody's in the wrong. It was great,
but they actually did throw down on each other. So there is that.
Yeah, there was a bunch of punches going on, and it was good times. There was blood spit in the face of a woman.
Okay.
Which everybody was hand wringing over. That was funny.
Were the women? Did women get involved in the fighting part?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, I don't want that.
You could argue that everybody in the fight was a. I mean, who's to say anymore, right?
Okay.
Who's to say in 2021 who is and who isn't a woman? I mean, I'm not certainly qualified to determine that anymore. So you can kind of say what you want, but no, I think it's first of all, guys, it's really hard for me to show the clip to the stream and to Ty at the same time. It's a mess. So not tonight, but
okay, I got to ask a question. What does gunt mean? Do I want to know, Nick?
That's a value question.
Okay. Based on your reaction.
It's a large jiggly stomach. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
So
I was just seeing it come up on the chat.
It is a hybridization of two words, and one of them is gut and the other one rhymes with stunt.
Mm-hmm.
But starts with a C.
So it's a gut.
Oh, okay. Here, let
Oh,
me.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
I can
Jeez.
do
I could
this.
have gone my whole life without.
It's a gut Kathy Griffin.
Oh no.
There you go.
Okay. Now, if I scream, make it go away. You've got to stop.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing anything else here. So,
Okay.
Blaine20 says, congrats to Brianna. That's a beautiful house to host it at too.
Thank you.
Very cool. E.M. Dubois says, since you've shared GoFundMe's before, can you please show out the one for Ashley Babbitt? It can be found on the @4Ashley, Justice for Ashley Babbitt Twitter page. Erin, her family, and their legal team need every dollar. So, I mean, if you guys want to check that out, Justice for Ashley Babbitt, the GoFundMe for Ashley Babbitt. She's the woman slain by the Capitol Police officer at the January 6th riots. As far as we know, I think she's the only person to die from direct violence at the scene during the riots. The three other non-police officers were medical emergencies that appear to be unrelated to physical violence. And then the final person was, of course, the Capitol Police officer who died from injuries later, if I remember right. So that is that. But people are welcome to go check that out, Justice for Ashley Babbitt, if that's something that is a cause you care about. RZEQDW says, celebratory super chat. I got accepted into the H-1B lottery today. This means that I will almost certainly have a green card by Christmas 2022. Very cool, man. I'm very happy for you. Also, RE Women, another one started aggressively hitting on me, gone from 0 women a year to 5 a week. WTF. Well, I guess when it rains, it pours. So
good for you.
Good job, buddy.
Guys, I do know I know exactly what you're talking about with the gun term. I could have gone. I could have gone my whole life without visualizing that, but no, I know exactly what it is now. It is exactly what the name implies. Now, is there a lot of that in that fight? Because
I mean,
I may have to watch it before I eat.
Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do here. No, this is harmless. Don't worry. I can show you a picture.
Based on past performance, there's nothing to worry about.
Past performance is not indicative of future outcomes.
Okay. I'll buy it.
Look, we're doing...
you really don't know how badly you and Drexel scarred me with that stuff, do you?
I know exactly how bad I scarred you. Can I
now, on the other hand, you were obliged to prank me if you had the opportunity. I mean, I had to respect, I had to respect the quality of the pranking. I really did. But that did not cushion the blow one bit.
Oh, stupid. I don't have Twitter on this computer at all.
Stupid computer.
Let's see. I'm trying to find...
I'm sorry, there was a comment in the stream that's funny. I like the idea that by the end of 2021, all of Nick's lawyer colleagues will know what a gunt is and will have answered balls or no balls.
Look, this is how it goes. This is how I do the world a favor.
This is how society evolves.
Okay, where is... I have to
somehow I think of this is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
Where is it? Here we go. I just need to find one picture to show you. I'll show the stream. Everybody can understand. This picture will actually summarize the entire fight.
Okay, hang on before you do it. I'm pouring coffee, so let me get situated. All right.
Okay.
I'm ready.
All right. I'm almost ready. I've got the picture pulled up.
In fact, I'll even put these on.
Okay. Present a tab. Nope. Present. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm having window lag. Just a second.
It happens to all men at a certain age.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's exactly what the name implies, isn't it?
I wish it would show. Here's the picture for the stream.
It's pretty funny, but it's also gross. Make it go away. Oh man, no one ever did this to Steve McQueen.
Oh gosh.
That's no, it's not Irish cream coffee. It's just coffee.
Oh.
But,
After that picture, you may need it. That was my favorite artist rendition of what happened that day.
Well, what are you gonna do? I bleach, just saying. Yeah, I hear you, buddy.
Touche. Okay. So we've got the announcement out of the way. We've got there are a couple. There's one justice chat that I got to hit right now, and then we can talk about some random stuff. I don't want to keep you forever tonight because I know you've been awake forever. So
well, because we got it done, I'm actually still pretty pumped. When I crash, I will crash hard. But remember, I've been drinking a pot of coffee too, so I'm
yeah.
You see me start yawning and stuff. Yeah, but.
Well, we can make that happen. Audi Driver 000 says, "Congrats to your daughter for the marriage. I can already see how it will go." Kermit the Frog gives 100 bits and says, "I object. This little twig isn't half the man I am." right in the middle of the wedding, dropping some Twitch chat. Yeah, turn on voice to text with the Twitch donations. It'll be perfect.
Ask me about my Louisiana wedding story. Family of a few years back.
Okay.
Just whenever you want. It's just a couple minutes long, but it's classic.
Well, tell it right now.
Okay. So it was probably 15 years ago. Brittany was little. I mean, and my younger cousin, who's kind of like a little brother to me, he's second marriage. He gets married. He's getting married, and so we drive to a little dinky town in central Louisiana where where it all began, and I get out. I look over and there's one of my distant cousins, and it's a warm day, and he's got an overcoat on, And I walked up and said, "Hey man, what you doing?" He said, "Oh, hey." I said, "Well, what's the story on the coat?" Pops the opening, and he's got one of those cut down ARs. He says, "Her ex talking about coming over here to the wedding. I'll shoot that motherfucker." And he wasn't obviously, he was not kidding.
Right.
I said, "Well, okay." I said, "Would you do me a favor and yell out duck or something so we get there?" "Oh yeah.
Y'all get on down."
So I go back to my beautiful wife, and she says, "Oh, honey, what was that about?" "Oh, I was just saying hello." So we go through the wedding. It's a beautiful ceremony. The ex does not show up because I think he did know he would be sent on his way to the next life. And my cousin they're opening the wedding presents, and he gets a box, and it's all taped up with packing tape and stuff. And he's like, "I can't get. Anybody got a knife?" And I'm not joking. It was one of these out of a movie. Must have been 20 knives flicked out. And one of them goes, "Yeah, Aska last name. It's not Beard. Aska calls out, if I got their knife." "Oh yeah," and everybody, I'm going, these are my people. I was going to say, you mentioned a knife fight, and it isn't important why I know this. The thing I hate about a knife fight is you're going to get cut.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
that's going to happen. There's
yeah,
an edged weapon moving very quickly.
mhm. And it's going to suck because I mean that's just the reality. But yeah, so that and I have thousands of those kinds of stories, but that's really one of my favorite sort of. This puts you in the picture of the people that I grew up with.
Right. Right. Except they don't take pictures anymore because those steal souls, according to them. So what's going on, man? Like, I haven't talked to you about what's going on in the world. Let me tell you the things we can't talk about because YouTube will not allow it anymore.
Because I'll demonetize you if I pop off about it.
I'm never concerned about demonetizing. I am concerned about the channel strikes that I've been getting lately. We cannot talk about COVID. And we cannot talk about election issues. So
I'm really kind of so done with that issue.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. But so
is it okay to say that I received my first Excuse me.
Here we go. No, this is great. We fully recommend and endorse that you follow WHO guidelines in regards to vaccines. That would be fantastic for everybody to do, because apparently YouTube thinks I gave alternate advice, which I don't recall ever doing. But
I've never heard. And I certainly have never done that on your show.
No, it was not on. It was not from your show either. So don't worry about that.
I got the first shot. You hear people say, "I didn't feel it." I didn't feel it. Now,
Right.
the next day, it's a muscle shot. Now, fortunately, my future son-in-law, with a degree in microbiology, said rub your shoulder a lot,
Right.
and it'll help. And I'm sure it did, but that didn't last half a day. And all I can say is that I had the real stuff, and it sucked. So I made a decision to do it. Plus, I have immune compromised child and clients and stuff. So, I just it doesn't carry the same sense of reassurance when you say to someone, "I've had it," as opposed to "I've had my vaccination." I mean,
Right.
It just doesn't. And I'm in a business. I've got a business to run, and so I just but I did. But the effects were mild. I thought I was sleepy a little bit the next day, but it wasn't anything big. It wasn't a big deal.
Yeah.
So there, we just talked about what we can't talk about. So you want to bring up something else we can't talk about?
We can talk about it. We can talk about it in positive ways that agree with the administration's position. That's what we can do. Because I covered Joe Biden's speech that he gave the other day about the status of the vaccinations, and I do not recall saying anything negative about the WHO's recommendations. I criticized some policies that Biden had, and mainly what I criticized is him taking credit for programs that necessarily started under the previous administration. And I was like, you can't get you can't.
Well, that's because he's a dishonest, grandstanding, senile jackass.
Right. It was like, you can't roll out a program this big just from January 21st to now at the time. Not. And so what I thought personally was, for someone, if I'm a guy out there preaching unity as a politician, what I do is even if he doesn't want to credit Trump, he should credit the hardworking people in the last administration who got to help make the program launch and say, you know what, we don't agree with the policies of the previous administration, but there are some good hardworking people that got us set up to take this and hit the ground running. But he couldn't do that.
They won't say a single good thing or positive thing. It's total war to them.
It's total war, but also
annihilation.
But also saying at the same time that it's not a total war, that it's the opposite.
Right. It's bullshit is what it is.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, so let's talk about safe subjects. Have you heard about Matt Gaetz?
Yeah, a little bit. Isn't that weird?
Have you been following up on it?
Well, now I haven't looked into it the last day or so, but the New York, so the media said that he was having inappropriate contact with a 17-year-old girl, and
Right.
then it turned out he was being blackmailed by either a former or current Justice Department person.
It turned out may be a strong way to phrase that. We're not sure on that yet.
Okay,
So
okay, but that
Matt,
was the claim, at
that's
least,
the
right?
claim. The claim
Yeah,
that Matt Gaetz made. Um, he even went so far as to say that his dad was wearing a
yeah.
wire. Um, but here's my issues with it. First of all, Matt Gaetz is a lawyer.
Mhm.
Now, if you're a lawyer advising a client who's going to cooperate with the FBI and wear a wire, my first thought was demand the tape ahead of the cooperation.
Oh, hell yeah.
And they don't have the tape. So now he's demanding that the FBI and the DOJ release this tape, which
And
I
are
don't
they refusing?
well, they're not saying anything. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
in theory, their typical policy would be to not even confirm the existence of an investigation into this
Yeah.
person.
I don't know what anybody's worried about. I mean, it's not like the FBI would fabricate evidence or, or lie to courts or anything like that.
Right. And
You
you
know,
like presumably Matt Gaetz knows this. Like so this is where my issue is. The next thing, he's on Tucker Carlson. He doesn't answer any questions directly, which my opinion, by the way, is not that he should be answering questions directly. My opinion is that he shouldn't be on Tucker Carlson at all. Um,
not unless he's willing to be absolutely forthright and direct.
right. And he's
Nothing makes you look more guilty than to
yeah.
not answer questions.
And what in my opinion, he should have a lawyer. They're a family of plenty of means.
Mhm.
I looked it up, guys, by the way, because I was like, how does Matt Gaetz have money? Or how does his family have this money where this person is
Mhm.
allegedly trying to extort $25 million? And his dad started a medical company of some sort and sold it for $500 million in
Holy
2004.
mackerel. I did not know that.
So $500 million in 2004, if properly managed, is a significant chunk of change.
Oh, yeah, they can
Today.
certainly. By the way, Stream, somebody said, I can't believe you took the vaccine. Business decision. Look it up.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
and besides,
Yeah.
Ty actually got COVID, was very, very dangerous for his health, and took him out of work for several days. And
No, it
yeah,
affected a case. We were able to. I received got a discovery request in the middle of all that, and it slipped through the cracks because of just the chaos of having to come back to work with 2,000 emails backed up. Now, fortunately, the Texas Supreme Court has ordered courts to be very generous in granting relief and stuff for and deadline extending deadlines and so forth for COVID. So it didn't actually wind up affecting it. But imagine my embarrassment and surprise when I get served a motion to compel, and I'm like, what? So I sent opposing counsel, said, look, I've had the COVID for yeah, we'll comply, but we got to have another 30 days, and he agreed.
right.
But no, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of other considerations that go into this besides me personally. I have elderly clients, and whatever the merits are or not of it, it makes them feel better, and it makes them more comfortable, and it makes them, you know, more willing to come up and engage. And they're paying the bills, and I'm a businessman, so I I respect. I don't even want to get in that debate because I don't really care what anybody else does. I understand both arguments, and I sympathize with both arguments.
This channel's position is that we
But
should
this
only
channel's
listen
position-
to our WHO lords and masters. They are wise, and only their advice can be stated on YouTube, and we
Yeah.
will not contradict it because we cannot.
Right.
So
Yeah, and I did not. Oh, let's do a Resident Alien impression. Have you watched that show, Resident Alien, with Alan Tudyk?
no.
Oh my God. It's a science fiction comedy, and it is beyond hysterical. You know who he is? He played Wash on Firefly.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with Alan Tudyk.
Okay, yeah. If he doesn't get an Emmy nomination, then there's just no justice. He plays an alien who has had a mission to drop a bomb on Earth and kill us all. And the ship gets hit by lightning, the bomb falls off, and he crashes. So he winds up assuming human form, and it's the old science fiction trope of you assume human form, now you start having human emotions. And he's not accustomed to it. So, but he's, I've always liked him as an actor. I did not have any idea what a great physical comedian he is. And I won't spoil it except to say it's just really good. But there's a scene after he goes out and gets drunk, and the next morning he's out looking for his device. That's what he calls the bomb. And you hear his voiceover. And he's going, headache, severe headache, dehydration, dizziness, nausea. Obviously, alcohol must affect humans differently than it affects us. Otherwise, they would never drink it.
I'll give you a show recommendation. I watched one of them today. They just hit Prime, and there's only like 5 of them, 5 episodes. It's called
I have my pen out.
It's called The Goes Wrong Show.
Okay, title sounds promising.
So this started as a Broadway show, a play. Stop yawning. This started
that's the first one.
As a Broadway play, not a musical, because I know that you're not a huge fan of musicals, so that's good, unless they're John Wayne musicals. But this is it's a Broadway play called The Show That Goes Wrong, and it's a play where the actors are playing actors in a local theater doing a production, and everything goes wrong in that local production. And so the Goes Wrong Show, the episode we watched today was a trial. It was a trial, but it's in England. And but it's a play that they're putting on, right? A live production of a trial, of a dramatized trial. And the set designers got the design for the courthouse scene, and all of the schematics were drawn in inches, but they made them in centimeters. So the scene,
it's a little
snug. And so all these actors are like crammed in this little box. They're all doing the thing. It's
nice.
And then they do all these scene changes, and everything is going wrong. The props don't work. The set, like the wrong sets come out. It is just really, really, it's a funny show. The live show, we saw, like I said, we saw the Broadway production. Well, the traveling Broadway production.
Starting.
I laughed for 3 straight hours. Like I laughed as much at that show, if not more, than I laughed at Book of Mormon. And I laughed a lot at Book of Mormon.
Okay, that's enough talking about shows. I mean, the estrogen is just getting too. I'm kidding.
Yes, the shows I mentioned are The Play That Goes Wrong and the Book of Mormon, 2 quintessentially male comedy shows. But
okay. A little defensive there, Nicholas, but that's all right.
So I recommend you a courtroom comedy, and you're shunning me. Okay, I get
courtroom comedy. Yeah,
I'll pick something a little more your speed. Let me pull up a list of Bette Midler movies to recommend you.
Oh, come on now. There's no need to escalate the fight. I fire 1 kiloton range, missile, and you come back with a multi-warheaded megaton range bomb. Come on. Actually, you know what the funniest thing I ever went to? You'll appreciate this, I think. I was a guest of your grandma to see Jerry Seinfeld. He came to Tyler, and because it was your grandma, we were on the front row, the literal front row,
Right.
and your Uncle Paul was there, and he and I swear, I cracked up. I had no idea how funny Jerry Seinfeld actually is.
He's
on
actually great. Yeah.
Oh my God. On his show, you see him doing his comedy thing, and it's not really all that funny. That is not what his actual show is like at all. And he's another one who's insanely good physical comedy guy. I mean, somebody in the stream said about Resident Alien, asked about Third Rock from the Sun. Yeah, same kind of deal. But and I was a big Third Rock fan. I'd say it's better than Third Rock. I mean, Third Rock was pretty good, but it's really good.
Yeah. I knew Jerry Seinfeld was funny. This is amazing. I knew he was funny without ever seeing a single actual stand-up act that he did, because he stopped doing college campuses because people complained about being offended.
Well, there you go.
And when I say complained, they complained to him, and he's like, I don't care if you're offended. And he's like, I'm not going to put up with this anymore. These people can't take jokes, so I'm just not going to do college shows ever again.
Yeah, that's a shame. Well, of course, in Tyler, Texas, we don't really have that much cancel culture happening down there.
Well, right. No, so just the shows at college campuses he wasn't going to do because
this was at the University of Texas at Tyler.
Oh,
Allen
yeah,
Center.
yeah.
So.
But yeah,
well,
no. And then I started watching him on a show that I really like, and I know the audience is going to make fun of me a lot for saying this, but I really like this show called Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. And Seinfeld would pick up some other comedian, and he would pick at first. He's a big car guy, I guess.
Yeah.
And so he would pick out a car that he thought reflected their personality. He'd go pick up the comedian in the car. They'd go get coffee, and they just have a discussion. And they weren't it wasn't stand up. They weren't telling jokes, but it was this neat kind of inside look at these people who are discussing. They're talking shop, right? They're talking trade. Their trade is just comedy.
That would be interesting, actually. I mean, I'm a sucker for anything that shows someone's job.
Yeah. It's
I've seen it.
It made me hate a few people a little bit less because obviously he's picking up comedians. A lot of them are going to be lefties and they're really annoying, but it made me understand a couple of them more, hate a couple of them less. It didn't help me hate Margaret Cho less. She's still terrible. And it didn't help me hate Amy Schumer less. She's still terrible.
And neither one of those two are funny. I mean, except looking.
Right.
So.
Right. But some of them are really, really pretty good. They're really funny episodes, really insightful as to how these people got into comedy, how they do their business. The one on Will Ferrell was hysterical.
I can only imagine. He has had his moments for sure.
And I'm not even a big Will Ferrell fan.
I'm coming for you, Ricky Bobby.
Will Ferrell in that talked about how he got the job on Saturday Night Live. And so what Will Ferrell used to do is he would go to a party with his girlfriend, like they just go to social gatherings, and he would pretend to be a cat, and she would have a cat toy, and he would just sit there and play with a cat toy like a cat. So he goes to his audition for Saturday Night Live, and that's what he does. Like that's what he chooses to do. He just is a cat, Will Ferrell as a giant cat, playing around on stage for like 5 minutes. And they were just dying laughing because he nails it. That's how he got the job for SNL.
How do you nail something playing a cat?
It's Will Ferrell, man. It's Will Ferrell.
I want to believe you. You understand this. I want to believe you, but
you got to watch the episode.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to watch it, I guess.
It is the stupidest thing you've ever heard, but that's kind of how you picture Will Ferrell would approach something, right? Like this is a man who was unironically at parties pretending to be a cat to the point where his girlfriend would bring a cat toy on a stick that he would play with like a moron.
Okay.
So he just did it. He just did it for his audition. Like,
I will just take for this purpose. We will stipulate that it happened, and I'll look into it because I'm having a serious kind of how does that work thing. Now, I may call you and go, man, that's the funniest thing I ever saw in my life.
well, yeah, I don't know. It wasn't so much funny. It was just interesting, like hearing his story and how he talked about getting this job.
Yeah.
The other great one that my favorite episode was he did Mel Brooks. And
that would be good.
he hangs out with Mel Brooks and some other like 80-year-old comedian, and they're just all hanging out and talking. It's great. Like some of those episodes are really great for that type of stuff. But
there are a few experiences so more that are more sublime than sitting down with with 3 or 4 of your children and their friends or young men or whatever, and introducing them to Blazing Saddles for the first time.
yes.
Because I mean, my daughters claim to identify as Gen X. They're transgenerational, they say.
Right.
But nonetheless, they've been raised in a certain culture, and certain words are just absolutely verboten. And I was watching them more than I was watching the movie, and they're just kind of going. And of course,
The sheriff is near.
The sheriff is near. No, God, no, blame it. I'm the sheriff is a boom. By the way, when did Biden become Gabby Johnson?
Look, we're not going to.
Who sat down, you blind sidewinding railroader?
He does that every time the amphetamines wear off. So let's not harp on the guy too much. He hasn't had his oatmeal in at least an hour.
Who can argue with that? Not only is it an example of authentic frontier gibberish.
Yeah, no, I love Blazing Saddles. But okay, so we
get it in physical media because it is going to be canceled. I mean, that's inevitable.
I think I already have it on DVD. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I do too. But I'm just kind of saying to everybody out there, your favorite movies, assuming that you're male or straight or whatever, your favorite movies are gonna get canceled.
Yep.
Or even more obnoxiously, they're going to get corrected.
So we talked about Matt Gaetz. Trying to think of some other contemporary.
We actually didn't finish that, Nick. We got off. I think we got off on another tangent on that.
Well, that was your fault. I did nothing wrong. So okay,
I'm willing to accept the blame for that.
So where are we going with Matt Gaetz? What's
you had said that he was getting off of Tucker. He got off Tucker and non-answered some questions.
Oh right, and then
you mentioned his dad being an improbable gazillionaire. So there's that.
Then things keep getting worse for him, and this is what I don't know what to trust, because obviously we have some opinions, I think, about people who are accused, and I'm trying to give Matt Gaetz all the deference in the world. But this is a lesson, I guess, to anybody who has political aspirations. Now what they're doing is they're searching through Matt Gaetz's social media posts, and they're finding where he's been, like, not that long ago, posted selfies with a bunch of high school girls and stuff like that when he did an event. And he's posting the selfie, right? And then now his colleagues are coming out and saying that he's been showing them pictures of women that he's had sex with, like pictures and videos and naked pictures and stuff like that of women that he's been with, like talking about his sexual prowess constantly. Let me just make a suggestion. If you're going to be a politician, don't ever do that.
Yeah, don't do that thing. Look, if you're a man, don't do that. Okay? It's just don't do that. I've never one time been impressed by any man who showed me pictures of the women that he's been with. When I see a guy doing that, I go, okay, you're just an insecure little shit, probably with a little bit, don't do that. It's disrespectful to her. It makes you look like a loser. So don't do it.
Yeah.
That, yeah, I think I know. I think if I were a betting man, I know what I would wager.
Here's the interesting thing for Gates is
How old is he, Nick? Like 30?
I'm 39.
No, him.
Him?
Gates. Yeah, Gates. Is he like 30?
Let me check.
Fen Frog said much more eloquently than I did. Don't be a douche nozzle. Perfect.
He's 38. He was born in 82.
Okay, no, that's not cool, Matt. It's not cool.
Look, so here's how this works. If you are the adult male, you're visiting a high school or whatever, you're going to speak at it. Someone wants to come up and take a selfie with you. Okay. They post the selfie.
Right.
You don't post the selfie of minors, right? They get to say, hey, Matt Gaetz came to my school. Was so cool to meet him, right? And you also have their parents in the picture. Just, if you're going to be a politician, you're a politician here.
Well,
the other thing you don't do is you do not, especially these are his current colleagues, as a politician, with other connected people, you do not sit there and divulge all of your sexual escapades with everybody. It's not their business. It's not their business.
no, we're back to what I was saying earlier. You don't impress anyone when you do that.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's like when I see a man who is not like a model or a celebrity or something with a business reason to do this. When I see a man obsessing over his hair and he's over the age of about 30, it's like, okay, that guy's a lightweight.
Angry Baneling.
I don't know about that.
Well, the other thing is, all of these people will infer this anyway. When you keep showing up to events with beautiful women on your arm or whatever, and just let your presence speak whatever needs to be said. You don't need to sit there and do this.
That's exactly right. And the fact that you feel the need to say, see what I did, see what I did, see what I did. In any other context, is that impressive?
Right.
Well, here's the thing about all that, and it kind of tees into the whole being a man thing. And I may be feeling my years because I think about these things a lot. That is a vulnerability to any successful male, any competent male. That is always going to be a risk. And the only advice I can give, it's good advice. Stay away from it. You can't resist it. The dumbest thing any man can ever do is say, I can get myself around these good-looking women because I'm strong. I can resist that temptation.
Mike Pence rules.
Precisely. You can't, because you're trying to override your wiring, and you're also making a ridiculous assumption that you're in the best mental state that you need to be in, etc. And you start adding alcohol and having a bad day and yada, yada, yada. You're going down, so to speak.
You just yada yada over the best part. Classic Jerry Seinfeld reference. So someone said something I want to talk about real quick. Demon Slayer says Matt Gaetz is a possible presidential candidate along with DeSantis. This is the left's way of smearing his future political aspirations. Look, maybe. I mean,
they're piling on, and they'll certainly.
And I don't know that he's done anything. However, if they really wanted to destroy political aspirations, they do it in an election year, and they're not doing it in an election year. It's actually this is one of the worst times to hit him with an accusation like this, because if he was going to run in 2022, run again for House, or run in 2024 as a president, it would be much better to hold up allegations like this until then and leave the specter of it during the campaign, preferably right at the end, right before election day. So while it could be a smear job, I don't know that it's a political smear job as much as I would say, had this come out in, June, July, or August of 2020, I'd be right there with you. Now and his story, which may be true, is so bizarre and right now is completely unsubstantiated that it's a little suspect. His story is not, no, I was never with a woman. His story is, these people are trying to extort me for $25 million, and I just don't have the evidence from the FBI that we collected. And we were definitely going to wire $4.5 million as a down payment on the bribe to prove the bribe was going to happen. That's a weird thing. You don't need to wire a partial bribe to prove extortion. The extortion happens in all of the messages. The extortion happens from the wire. There's no need to wire money, or from the wearing of the wire. There's no need to actually send the money. Everything leading up to that is the extortion. So it's, and I'm saying this with the full knowledge that Matt Gaetz may be completely innocent, but however this is being handled, it's being handled very poorly on his end. It's not just a smear job.
If he is genuinely innocent, it sounds like he couldn't possibly be doing worse. Here's the thing, guys. It's absolutely possible, and the two conditions can coexist simultaneously. The left can be lying about a lot of stuff and trying to blow it out of proportion. And he could just be a really undisciplined deviant I take that back. I don't mean it that way. What I mean is he's an undisciplined person who does not need to be president. If you can't keep your hands off of young girls, and these are not, I understand these are minors, legally speaking. They are adolescent girl. It's not. I want
to address something from the chat. Tor Theo says, "So we're doing the same Me Too shit." No, not at all.
No,
I'm not saying.
Listening.
I'm not saying Matt Gaetz did anything at all. What I'm saying is his response to this is being extremely poorly managed. Doesn't mean he's guilty. Listen, this is the thing you got to understand about a Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is a presidential hopeful at some point in the future, or at least was. Who knows if he is now? It doesn't, that will be decided by history. He was definitely a rising star in the Republican Party. Lots of eyes are on him. He is also a man of considerable means, and he's a lawyer. And he doesn't seem to have any competent assistance dealing with what's going on. If he's completely innocent, I'm 100% on his side. And I'm not talking about his guilt or innocence at all. What I'm talking about is his response to this crisis is being managed badly. And we need to acknowledge that it's being managed badly so that people can learn and adapt how to manage these things better. This is social media. Right now, Matt Gaetz is being hammered by probably innocent pictures of him with young girls because he probably did some event at a high school that's being juxtaposed with statements that he's making to colleagues that he really shouldn't be making about sleeping with all these women, and then showing pictures of the naked women on his phone that now people are talking about. Those things are being juxtaposed, and that's all being wrapped into this specter of bad thing. That doesn't mean he did anything. What this is it's poor planning and it's really bad response to a situation that's going on for someone who should be more acutely aware and in control of his response than anybody else on the planet. That's what we're getting at here.
Right. I would add to that, the optics are awful. And I'm sorry, if you're going to run for office, no matter what your other merits are and no matter what side you're on, you got to be smart enough to pay attention to optics. And no, I don't know, and don't particularly care, frankly, because any number of states, I believe it's perfectly legal.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to bring up is in many states, including, I believe, in Florida, certainly in Texas, if he was just having sex with a 17-year-old, that's actually legal in a lot of states.
Yeah.
What's not legal is to induce a 17-year-old to travel across state lines, and that's what they're accusing him of. I don't know if he did that or not. And if
that's that old. What is that law, Nick? They tried to get Boxer. God, I have a company. Yeah, there's anyway, whatever. It's on all. Yeah, guys, look, we're not slagging Matt Gaetz, and we're calling for his head or anything like the Mann Act. That's right. We are criticizing the handling of this, the optics, and I'm saying if all these things are true, that he is posting pictures of himself constantly with a bunch of young girls, that doesn't sound right, okay, and it doesn't look good. But I'll tell you how I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna have about 3 or 4 women that I know just kind of look at him and say, "Do you get creepy vibes off that guy?" And if they say yes, my experience has been about 90+% accuracy. You should have seen this. No, I'm not going to say that.
Don't do that.
No, yeah, you know where I'm going.
Yes. Now, so this is something I was not
want to so bad.
Is something I was not aware of. Socialism is for Figs is very mad because I have not talked about Matt Gaetz releasing the text messages that allegedly back up his story. And those text messages are out there, and some Project Homecoming document that was typed up by someone, and emails from lawyer for Don Gaetz to Department of Justice officials appearing to confirm an FBI investigation. So that's good.
Now, I did hear that there was confirmation of an investigation. Guys, this could all be a gay op. I mean, this very well could be, but it sounds like Gaetz himself hasn't been particularly careful.
He's not, and he's not managing the response well. And again, the biggest thing you could do, the most important thing he should have done, is had a recording of his dad wearing the wire. He should have secured that from the FBI as part of their cooperation, because if they refuse to release it, what's he going to do?
Well, here's bottom line. If you're trusting the FBI and you're a Republican, you are a moron. Just that simple. They tried to overturn a presidential election. They fabricated evidence and lied to a court about it. So those are people you as a Republican are going to trust to do anything? Come on. Now, guys, we don't know. Nick and I don't know. I mean, all we're doing is saying,
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about Matt Gaetz positively or negatively.
I liked him. He's a bit of a fire breather, but I liked him. Okay. No animal. I mean, nothing wrong with him in terms of politics, but we can't be spotting the other side points. And that's what you're doing, I think, when you're engaging in that behavior. And if you go on Tucker Carlson, you answer the damn questions. Now, I didn't see it, so I'm taking Nick's word for this. So blame him. Well,
the Tucker interview is terrible. Anybody who thinks that Matt Gaetz did a good job on that Tucker interview is lying.
Okay.
Or just wrong, objectively wrong. Even Tucker was confused by that interview. Mm-hmm. Now, that could be because Matt Gaetz is under a lot of pressure. He's stressed out. He's in the middle of being extorted. Sure, there are reasons, and that's why he shouldn't be doing the interview. You should have a representative doing the interview. Here, let me read these. Kingly Gaming says, "Look at that, steady as a rock. Yeah, but I shoot with this hand." That's a Blazing Saddles. Socialism is for Fig says, "Nick, do your research before you say he didn't provide proof." He had his father release the messages today. You're right. I did not know that he provided proof today. I'm sorry. I didn't look at that. My apologies to Matt fucking Gaetz. for not reporting that his dad released some alleged text messages that may or may not be from the person they're purported to be from. But here's the deal.
I'm confused. How could a text message?
They're allegedly text messages that expose the extortion scheme. So, Mr. Gates, I would like to talk with you immediately about the current federal investigation, the indictment that is about to be filed against your son. I have a plan that can make his future legal and political problems go away. Last summer, we located Robert Levinson in Iran and took proof of live videos, but the U.S. government foiled our rescue attempt. We have one more opportunity to rescue Levinson. If you and Matt are willing to help us privately and clandestinely obtain the release of Robert Levinson, I will ensure that Matt is on the plane that delivers Levinson to his family, thus making him the most sought-after political figure in the world for his efforts to obtain Levinson's release. Then my partner will see to it that Matt receives a presidential pardon, thus alleviating all his legal issues. We all know that politics can make strange bedfellows. I can assure you that we have the ability to obtain Robert Levinson's release immediately, but we cannot allow the U.S. government to be involved because they have repeatedly blocked his release since capture.
The government that's blocked his release is going to grant.
It says there is a
rising
gentleman
star of the Republican Party a pardon. What the?
There is a gentleman who lives, and then they actually don't have this part of the text message, by the way. That one's just conveniently, it cuts off there for whatever reason. And then it picks up at Robert Levinson's heart is failing. And if we are going to obtain his release immediately, it must be done immediately. Matt is more than welcome to attend the meeting, but we are fine just to meet with you as my partner knows you're a man of your word, has a great deal of respect for you. Please call me and let me know if you're willing to meet with us immediately. I assure you that you will not be wasting your time. Bob Kent, it says. And then has mobile number and signal. The number is redacted. Just received this. That's what it says. And that is allegedly from someone named Don with the initials DG in a phone. Now, pardon me for being mildly skeptical, but that message doesn't actually, like that text message doesn't officially exonerate him
doesn't prove shit,
at all.
Guys. It doesn't prove a damn thing. Number one, does that even sound like? Oh, I'm a former Justice Department official apparently, and I'm going to put in a fucking text message a blackmail scheme. I don't know what that was, but that sure doesn't sound like a credible scheme. And oh, by the way, moron, I did not judge Matt Getz. What I said was he appears to be engaging in stupid behavior for someone who wants to be a presidential candidate.
Yes.
There's no reason to spot the other side points. And if he is that undisciplined, then he will be a disaster. He'll wind up getting the damn nomination and blowing apart during the regular election season, okay? If it turns out that the stuff that Nick said about him is true, I think he's an idiot. Got nothing to do with judgment about banging 17-year-olds. I couldn't care less, you know. But we have to be clinically serious about the people that we run.
And
he has probably disqualified himself.
And here's
not because the media set him up, because he basically bent over a fence and said, "Do me." So, shut up with that shit. Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, that's the whole thing on this is, first of all, that text message, there's allegedly an email. I'm not saying that Matt Gaetz forged these, but they are forgeable. They don't prove anything yet. That being said, what would have been much better, and this is my point the entire time, is if you're working with the FBI and you're wearing a wire, the first thing you should be negotiating.
How do you not get a copy of the damn report?
Get a copy
because
of
the okay.
You're a Republican congressman who doesn't trust the FBI. That's your brand.
Because there's no reason to trust the FBI. You're relying on a government agency that attempted to destroy a Republican president by fabricating evidence and lying to a court, okay? And they're going to save you from an extortion scheme, and you just bop in there. Hell, that's even dumber than the photographs. I mean, the problem with Getz is he is not coming off as a very very bright guy. You know, now I'm sorry, I like the guy. From what I mean, I'm not. I've heard him a number of times, and he gave good speeches. Sound, all the good, all certainly ideologically, he and I would be in alignment. I think.
Nothing would
But
make
damn it,
me nothing would
I'm
make
getting
me
tired of
smile.
stupid Republicans.
Nothing would make me smile more than if Matt Gaetz released a silver bullet that showed that this is all a giant setup and a scheme by the media, by this other guy to extort him, and everybody else goes to prison. He's completely exonerated. I think that would be great. I hope it happens. Right now, he's managing his response poorly. And
Yeah.
someone said this circle firing squad only helps the Democrats. Dude, this is not criticizing Republicans when they do dumb things has been a problem for the Republican Party for the past 50 years.
You know what chaps my ass about that, Nick, is this. We will shoot our own for even a hint of sexual impropriety.
Right.
Okay. Note the reaction when the Bush tapes were released in 2016. Note, Paul Ryan and the Wussicons all just clutching pearls and all that kind of shit. But we won't do anything to people who are objectively behaving like dumbasses. Now, look, we don't have the luxury of coddling dumbasses in our party. We simply don't. We're
Yep.
in a war for survival against people who are fighting to win. Now, personally, I think we can beat them, but not if we allow the dumbasses take over our party. And right now, based on what limited information I have, it sure sounds to me like Matt Gaetz is a dumbass. Just that simple. Got nothing to do with ideology. I haven't said a single critical thing of what he advocates or what he does or anything like that. This don't look good.
Yeah, it's just it's
just
the
don't look
optics,
good.
and in politics, optics are everything.
God almighty, what kind of a moron can't figure that out?
Yeah, and the other thing here is, and this is let me say something to Matt Gaetz's credit and defense. I haven't seen anywhere where this alleged 17-year-old girl has been identified or even alluded to in any tangible way, and until they do that, like I'm not sitting here saying Matt Gaetz is guilty in any way.
Nick and I are doing that lawyer thing, and I'll calm down a little bit because normal people, we're the only profession that actually identifies non-members of our profession, non-lawyers. Do you ever hear doctors go non-doctors?
Yeah.
Non-lawyers are often confused or perplexed by an affectation that we have. When we say, if that's correct, he's a dumbass, or if that's accurate, he's a dumbass. People hear he's a dumbass. No, that it's that if that's correct, that's the critical piece. Everything I've just said about him is based on the assumption that everything Nick said about posting selfies with young girls and showing off
And
pictures of your
to be-
conquest and all that shit.
To be
If
fair, okay,
if-
go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was just going to say, to be fair, there's nothing particularly wrong with posting a selfie with high school girls. You go do a speech at a high school. A bunch of them want to take a picture of you. Now, I'm not going to post a picture of a selfie with high school girls ever. But if I'm at a convention and a high school fan of the show comes up and asks me to take a picture, and they take a picture and they post a selfie, like that's fine. You're not going to find me posting a picture of me with a high school girl. And you know how I know I'm not going to do that? Because I've been to conventions, hung around with people of all sorts of different ages who say, hey, I watch your show. It's really cool. Can I get a picture? Can I get an autograph? And what you haven't seen from me is a bunch of pictures of selfies with other people, because and I'm not running for office, but even me on social media, I'm a semi-public person, and therefore I have to consider how the optics for my brand and my business and my personality look. Matt Gaetz is far, far, far down the road of public perception, and he should have cleaned those things up. And if there's anything even close, and then seriously, showing naked pictures of women to colleagues, if that's true, and that's what colleagues are apparently reporting, they could all be lying too. I don't know. But if he's been doing that, that's a terrible plan as well. These are not things you should be doing as a politician, because they expose you to vulnerability, even if there's nothing wrong. If he's showing
these Republican colleagues, by the way,
apparently, but I don't, who knows? But here's the thing.
Okay, so now we have a bunch of Republicans working with the left,
and they're a bunch of There are a bunch of cuck Republicans who maybe want him out of the picture. There's actually a news story about that today, too.
That's possible.
About how Republicans are ready to turn on Matt Gaetz for blah, 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 blah. And that's probably a hit piece. But listen, maybe Matt Gaetz is showing a bunch of pictures of 30-year-old women that he's with, and there's nothing inherently wrong or condemning or damning about that. There's nothing illegal about it. It makes for bad optics, especially when an accusation is right around the corner for any prominent male. And men have to start thinking. You don't even have to be that prominent. Any man with anything to take needs to start thinking in a way that says someone can make an accusation that takes everything from me in a heartbeat. Do I have a picture in my background of me hanging out with young girls? Have I been showing pictures of naked women to colleagues saying, and you know what, I banged this chick on Saturday? Those things will bury you in the dog pile, even if you're innocent of the crime. And guys have to start thinking this. Sorry, go ahead.
Is it actually possible that people that have watched this show for 2 years and watched you cover the VIC case, is it actually possible that you don't understand what Nick just said? You saw it happen. An innocent man nearly got destroyed, and the jury's still out on that. This is a guy, in Gaetz's case, that really is seriously possibly looking at being president. Now, could a bunch of WissyCon rhinos gang up with the left and try to take him out? Oh, absolutely, because they are scum. They are backstabbing, traitorous scum. Absolutely, they could be doing it. Seems somewhat unlikely to me, just because the WissyCons are no longer in charge, especially of the House. How many of these unlikely events do we string together before we say, okay, look, Vegas money says this ain't right? I don't want to see Matt Gaetz destroyed. I truly don't. I don't dislike him, but what is the positive benefit of showing naked pictures of women you say you've banged? What benefit is produced by doing that is so much greater than the risk of creating a PR firestorm?
K Seedy says, oh, and Hunter has good optics. Yeah, let's not talk about him or Cuomo. I've talked about Cuomo.
Hunter's a fucking scumbag piece of shit.
I've talked about both of these people extensively. The problem is liberals get a pass from the media over over. How is this not obvious yet? Look, it's not fair. It's not a fair playing field, but
don't you dare use that word in my presence.
You're playing against the House. And guess what? Democrats work for the casino. They're the dealer at the table. That means that the Republicans have to be on point with everything that they do. No, it's not fair. Yes, it's lame. Yes, the media should report things neutrally. Have you known them to do so?
Yeah, would you stop whining about that, guys? Because that's what that is. You're whining.
You're saying
saying
Cuomo's a creep.
Hunter Biden is a garbage monster of a creep. Joe Biden is a sex creep. We know it. You know it.
Absolutely.
We've talked about it. But guess what?
On Facebook, I refer to him as the creepy senile pedo. Okay.
You should call him the senile sniffer. Good alliteration.
Yeah, I think he's a pedo myself. But we're not. Look,
we're not like over here giving other people a pass. We're speaking to Republicans, and this is important because we have a major critical election coming in 2022 that we have to win. The House.
We've got to get one of them, and the House is the logical place.
We've got to get the House, maybe get back the Senate. It has to happen, and it can't happen if Republicans are acting stupid, especially prominent Republicans who are rising stars. And so we have to be extra critical on our own party. No one here is seriously thinking that Hunter Biden is anything less than a terrible human being. Hunter Biden is garbage. That is obvious.
In fact, those kind of stupid straw man arguments are not only annoying, they're pathetic. So stop it. Okay? We've been very crystal clear about what we're saying. Any more misstating our arguments, you're just being a fucking moron. Sorry. That's as simple as that. This is simple. It appears Mr. Gates is acting like a moron. We don't have the luxury of running a moron.
Was I critical of Trump's pussy tape? I thought the media overblew Trump's pussy tape.
You know when I knew that wasn't going to be a problem. Of course, when it happened, I got a friend in New York City who is a quintessential New Yorker with everything that implies, and I got that thing emailed to me within 5 minutes of it hitting the news. And I watched it and I went, oh my goodness, this is first of all, I said, wow, this is the best October surprise in history. You have to give it to him, but holy crap. And I told my wife about it, and she watched it and she goes, I don't see any problem. My brothers talked worse than that every day. And I said, really? He said, no, just two guys. I said, okay, that's a data point. Next morning, I talked to my aunt, in central Louisiana. She said, I don't care about any of that. Her version of that's just guy talk. And so I emailed my buddy back and said, I think the best October surprise is going to bounce off of Donald Trump. And I didn't worry about it anymore. Because that was locker talk between two guys. Trump didn't put that tape out, And what's interesting about that tape is, first of all, I'm sick and tired of hearing everybody misstate what he said. He said, when you are a billionaire, they'll let you do anything, including that. That was a factual statement. That was not, I like to do that, I want to do that, I'm going to do that. They didn't do that. And what I also thought was interesting about it when I watched the whole thing was how much effort Trump took to make a man with lesser status feel more comfortable. He self-deprecated. He was laughing about the fact that this, it must be said, really attractive woman just shut him down. And he said, hey, it just shut me down like a bitch. That was solely to make this lesser status male not feel quite so, it was charming in its way. So these two things are not even vaguely close to the same thing. And you're an idiot if you can't see that. Sorry, you just are. The thing about Getz is this. If he comes out with the smoking gun that shows this is a gigantic conspiracy hit piece, I'll be the first one to go, yay. I don't want to be right about this. And actually, all I'm saying is if all this is true. If it's not true, then I'm not worried. The interesting thing is, if it's a hit, if it's a conspiracy of this size, I think it highly likely it will get exposed.
Well, hopefully Matt Gaetz will expose it, right? Like, hopefully he's right. But
Yeah.
here's the thing. You know how it would have been easier to expose it if he would have gotten the recording from the FBI of his dad calling this person, getting them on a wire, talking about facilitating a $25 million fund transfer in exchange for his son not having the sexual allegations that are being raised against in the FBI. That would have been a better way to handle it. We're lawyers.
Uh-huh.
We're talking about how we would represent a client who is his dad. By the way, his dad is represented by counsel, apparently, and Matt Gaetz should be too. Matt Gaetz shouldn't have been on the Tucker interview. It was a bad look for Matt Gaetz. There's no two bones about it. Even Tucker felt like it was a bad look for Matt Gaetz. That doesn't mean that Matt Gaetz is guilty. It means he's managing his optics poorly. And if you don't understand the difference between that, you're not listening, and you're trying to ascribe to us some sort of value system that we're judging Matt Gaetz on his behavior.
You're pissing me off. I'll say it that simple.
I don't care who Matt Gaetz is having sex with as long as it's legal. And I don't know that he's not doing that. That being said, he's not managing the response well. And if we're not giving critical feedback for our Republican Congress people on how to manage these responses, guess what? The hit pieces aren't stopping. Those hit pieces are going to come on every single prominent Republican forever. And they by now should know it. Could we not
bend over the fence for them? Could we at least, I don't know, make them fight for it? If Gaetz did all these things we're talking about, he basically bent over the fence and said, "Oh yeah, think you can do something to me?" And they went, eh. So that's the criticism. That's it. And remember, we don't trust evidence because we're lawyers. He showed the text message. What would stop someone from fabricating that? I can sit there with Photoshop and in 15 minutes come up with something that looks exactly like.
You don't even need Photoshop. You just put some guy's contact. You just put some guy's contact in the phone. You give him a name with the initials D and P, and he sends you the text messages. It's as easy as that. You don't even need Photoshop. It doesn't have a phone number on there. Anybody could have sent that text. Now, I'm not saying somebody did, but my God, I can fabricate that text message in a second. It's just a Google Hangouts abbreviation of D and P.
There's a twerp in the stream that has just been desperate to get my attention, so I'd like to give him some
D and G, not D and P. Sorry, D and G.
Anyway, I'd like to give this twerp the attention that he so desperately waves. Hayden Harris. So tell me, when you ceased huffing gasoline and started huffing metallic spray paint, is the buzz different or is it just stronger? Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
It's he's been going for a little while, and that's fine, but you guys don't understand. Like, look.
No, you're just not trying. And like I said, you're pissing me off. Nick thinks you're amusing. But one thing I don't like, and I've gotten crossways with counsel on this, is when you stand there and pretend to be obtuse. I don't like that. Oh, Nick, there's
a DP in the chat who I had just sent a message to. That's why I was saying DP instead of DG. I'm sorry. Listen, I've been drinking this Blade and Bow bourbon. And it was really good, but come on.
Well, I'm drinking coffee, buddy. Okay. So by the way, the micro war story. We'll get back to slagging Matt Gaetz.
I don't want to talk about Matt Gaetz anymore. So war story, and then we'll move to something else.
I'm kind of done with that. So a new client, we're going through some kind of, we're in a knife fight. He calls me up and says, "Can you drop by the office?" And I said, "Sure." So I go by his office. He says, I want to ask you a question, and I don't want to offend you," which of course means he's going to offend me.
Yeah.
I said, well, do your worst. He said, I'm concerned that, you know, you might be too nice. And I went, do what? He said, well, you know, I understand that, you know, if you want to maintain a certain level of dignity and everything, but I think we need to, you know, be nasty. And I looked at him and I said, you do know that I threatened to whip two lawyers' asses in the courtroom, and one of those was in the judge's chambers. He goes, really? I said, yeah. And so, who he knows, so and so was there and pulled us apart. Well, pulled me back would be the more operative word, because my opponent was backing up, and I was like, you know, I said, you don't understand how hard I worked to pretend to be this nice. And he goes, oh, okay. Then I'm not worried about this anymore. And I was like, wow, what strange times. I'm accused of being too nice. I honestly never thought I'd see the day.
It can.
That's so cute. We've got another little dipshit that wants my attention. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Yeah, you're gonna have to up your game. That's just not. It's not even Hayden's quality, and that's bad if you can't get that.
Angry Baneling says, to be fair, I would love Fang Fang long time. By the way, we made fun of Eric Smallwell as well. I won't call him Swalwell. Smallwell. Okay, real quick.
That's pretty good.
Let's do these couple chats, and then we can find another topic real quick, and then we can wrap up the show. Yeah. Socialism is for Fig says, consider this. He is a junior congressman. He was the only one to actively not shut up about the DOJ and the judges about the election. You sound like you would believe Russiagate too, Ty. No, you the fact that he's the person to not shut up about the DOJ and the judges is why we're questioning his judgment in trusting the FBI.
What part of? I have nothing but agreement with his political stances. Do you not understand, you moron? What is it? The I? Is it the don't? Is it the have? Help us help you. Help us help you overcome this idiocy that you're showing. You know, I mean, is there a better way to say it? I like his politics, like him just fine. You know,
that's part of
his ideology.
That's part of the problem. We're lamenting the response because we kind of want him to not be ruined by this.
Of course we do.
I would pick Matt Gaetz over Liz Cheney any day. I think Matt Gaetz looks like a goblin, by the way. Full disclosure, he's got this little body and this big head with these weird eyebrows, but I would pick Goblin Gaetz over Liz Cheney every single day of the week. I don't want her around. I think she's terrible.
Okay, that's pretty good. I don't know who said that. Somebody wants you to start a GoFundMe to buy me a cane that I can wave around.
Yeah. Come on. It'll be one with the 4 legs at the bottom too. So
well done.
You look really old.
Anyway. Bravo.
No, I want Matt Gaetz to weather this. I'm criticizing his response because his response right now looks bad, and I don't believe the accusations out of just because they were made. I don't believe them. So I want his response to be better. I want to refine it.
I do too.
And I want us to know how these responses should be made, because we need to start thinking about this, because guess what? Tomorrow it's Matt Gaetz. Next year, 2 years down the road, it's you. It's you. And by the way, I get emails from you guys all the time. Hey, what happened to Vic happened to me. What happened to so-and-so happened to me. And I'm not a voice actor. I'm not anybody. I'm just a guy at a job, and I got fired due to false accusations. Learning how to effectively manage these responses versus not effectively managing these responses. Look, if you work at Texas Instruments, for example, and you're walking around showing your coworkers naked pictures of women that you had sex with, right? Not illegal, nothing wrong with it. I'm not condemning it morally. I don't even care that you do that. But I'm just saying, when one of your female coworkers
says that
Gets offended.
when they say that you molested her in the bathroom, even though you've never been in the same floor as that person, but because they saw something you said on Twitter and they completely fabricated an allegation against you. And then suddenly your coworkers are walking around going, you know what? That guy was showing me pictures of naked women that he claimed to have sex with at work. That's really weird. People don't do that. You know, one of them had a hula hoop. By the way, that's part of the Matt Gaetz allegations. I don't know what a hula hoop has to do. I don't know what a hula hoop has to do with whether or not he had sex with a woman.
I didn't know they had those still.
They still do. But
Wow.
I'm just saying, like, this isn't just applicable to Matt Gaetz. Managing your actions and behaviors as a man with something to take is part of understanding that you have something to take, and someone you're going to make mad will want to take it.
Yes.
And managing that behavior and controlling our natural desire for levity and masculinity, which are all things I celebrate, but finding appropriate times and places for them so that you protect yourself is part of this discussion as well.
Well, if you take the war analogy, which I do, we have an adversarial political system, just like our adversarial legal system. Here's the bottom line. If you have a general leading your army and he's too damn stupid to understand that he is in a dense woods and therefore his cavalry is completely helpless, doesn't matter that he's a nice guy and a good leader and you like him. He's not going to win because he refuses to be cognizant of the terrain. Part of the terrain right now for the Republicans is the media is the DNC propaganda ministry. Just that simple. And they're not even pretending otherwise, you know. And so, you know, they're going to blow any ammunition you give them, they are going to blow it up to 4 or 5 times the power. And if all you guys that are whining about this are doing is saying, that's not fair, well, go somewhere else, because of course it's not fair, but who cares? It is what it is. It is the battlefield that we're on. And if, once again, if Gaetz turns out to be someone that was taking these kinds of stupid, no utility, no benefit risks, then personally, I'm glad we found out now and not in November or October of 2024. You know.
So anyway, final point on
But
Gaetz.
I desperately
by the
would
way,
like to be wrong about that.
final point on Gaetz. Let me offer this bit of levity, I guess. People have asked me why I'm not, why I don't want to run for office or whatever. It's because I do all kinds of stuff that would compromise. Like, that's my thing. Like, right. I'm silly. I did a thought stream. I do these things that can be taken out of context all the time and joke about them. That's why I'm not running for office. That's why I'm not a politician, is because I have not been careful and planning through my entire life, which for some reason you have to do now as a politician. I disagree with it, but it's the reality we're in.
Yeah, it would take a court order and a federal marshal, large, well-armed federal marshal, to make me run for office. I've managed a couple of minor political campaigns successfully, and man, that's just hard work. It really is. I mean, your life is not your own when you.
Nope, it's not, and that's the consideration we're criticizing.
Yeah,
I'm not criticizing his decisions. In fact,
no. Let's hope.
If they're wrong and he's just flying around an 18-year-old and banging her, power to him. Cheers, buddy. Go get it. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I have friends that have girlfriends of all kinds of different ages, and I don't care. It's none of my business, and life's too short to get all wound up about that. All I care about is winning, and I will love for this all not to be true. And I don't know that it's not true. Once again, if that's all I'm saying. That's all Nick is saying at the end of the day. If he's doing it now, Nick did make one comment. You did. You said that the Carlson interview was not a very good one.
It was not.
Okay.
You should watch it.
You should watch it and text me and let me know what you think, because
I will.
I thought it was a bad look for him. I think Tucker was surprised, because I think Tucker expected to do a friendly interview with him, and I think Tucker was kind of taken aback by some of the answers. He expected, I think, to help Matt out, and then it didn't kind of go that way, and he's a little baffled at the end. So,
well, and again, that's another possible example of bad thinking, of being an idiot. I'll just go on Tucker and I'll bullshit my way through it, and you know.
But okay, let's move on from Gates.
Yeah, let's move on. I think
it was supposed to be like a 2-minute topic, in all honesty. Phoenix Orem says, "Hey Nick, how long till we get a Ricada Beard 2028 bid? The Whiskey and Law Party. The slogan should be Call Women Fat Again Party."
Well, I never could figure out, should it be Screech and Percy or Percy and Screech? I think Percy and Screech sounds better, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm first.
Sure, yeah, no, of course not. We'll just have to. I'll have my lawyers call you and negotiate that out.
Yeah, my people will call your people, and we'll do a deal.
They're all in your office, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it's convenient,
And he says, "Can't tell if you're roasted from the sun or trying to tan face like Drex Godspeed. The white balance on this camera is just different from my other camera. That's the difference.
It's all different.
It really is.
By the way, I'm still kind of chuckling inside at the Kane comment. That was good. Whoever it was, good shot.
Nova Zero says, if you both want to spend like what, an hour now reiterating about how something was a bad look and you're not being understood and popping off at chat, move on, Triggly Puff. Nova Zero, stop trying to drag me back. You said I wouldn't move on, and then you're here trying to drag me back. That's rude. I
was just channeling my inner Donald Trump.
One
of the things I love about that guy is he fights.
No one important says, my sister, who is 11 years younger than me, I'm 34, so she's 23, said I was dumb because I voted for someone who said grab her by the pussy. Mexicans are dealers and rapists, and they call black people thugs. Note, I'm her half black brother. That's how it goes.
That certainly is a lot to unpack.
Self-hating. Joseph Kerwin says the leadership of the right is no place for losers and idiots. That's the left's privilege. And then we've got Architect of Fate says, Ty, this looks like the perfect time and place to pester you about something you said on a stream a while ago. There was talk of setting up a website to shame rhinos and ridicule them, to put their names out there. What's the status of that project?
It got sidelined. Nick, did I talk about my other deal?
Yes, you talked about the hosting business.
The hosting. Yeah, that, of course, yes. Idiot. I even asked your stream to propose names. That project took front and center. We still have we have the URLs, and I may do something with that. But frankly, with the cancel culture going like it's going, I think more genuine good can be done by giving a safe harbor to businesses if they want, where they can't be shut down. In fact, it was funny. Our lease is up this year in the building that we're in. And Greg, my CTO, he went and got with the building manager and is assessing the electrical system upgrades we will need to put the servers and all that stuff. But that's what happened. It got sidelined when I had I got to get back with Brittany. I assigned her the task of watching your show, writing down all the names, and then ranking, and then putting them in columns. Good, yes, no way, Dad, no way. And of course, you'll be shocked at the ones that I liked. There were some good ones, by the way, some really good ones.
I'm sure there were. Okay, so let's see. There was something else I was thinking about talking about, and now people got me all whining about Matt Gaetz, which is, here I am talking about some weirdo with a hairdo.
with people who, in other circumstances, we presume would be our friends, over some guy that looks like a goblin.
Look, men yell and scream at each other a little bit, and then everything's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Supreme Court upholds FCC move to loosen media ownership rules. There was a Georgia Supreme Court victory. What was I seeing earlier? I'm trying to jumpstart my brain here.
Yeah, remind me, Nick. We have had some we've had some successes at the state levels in a few states on getting the voter laws back.
Texas just passed one today. Yep. Texas passed a restriction on absentee voting, and so did Georgia the other day.
I got something to talk to you about.
Okay,
that you'll be interested in. Okay, so now, I'm basing this off of a story, off of. I didn't witness this myself. So apparently, one of the things that they're doing in Texas, Zuckerberg set up a purportedly charitable foundation. Yeah, right. Whatever. Zuckerberg and a few of his sociopath lottery winning friends did this, and they started paying out big sums of money to local election offices in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, urban centers.
Mm-hmm.
They paid token amounts to cities in other states, not the state, in red counties. Okay,
sure,
like $5,000. Well, because we want to increase, we want you to have the resources to increase voter turnout, and this is a nonpartisan thing, except that we're spending almost all the money in areas that vote 90% Democrat.
Right, of course they are.
And they increased the turnout in those areas by 70% on average. Okay. That's all right. So that was why, they had they were awfully smug about turning Texas. We laugh at them and call them delusional, and it didn't work. But first of all, I'm appalled that we even have that vulnerability. What in the hell are our government offices doing taking money from private parties?
Yeah.
How's that not bribes? Now, I haven't checked lately because, the real world has interfered. I did send communications to a few, state politicians that I know and said, please read this and look at it. There is a bill that would stop that. The problem is, last week when I last looked at it, it's stalled out in committee. Now, back to this thing. If this report is correct, and if we don't do something to stop it, they're going to have an improbable level of success in Texas. And if we lose Texas, it's over. There will never be another Republican president.
Yep.
I mean, it's just that simple. So, one of the things that's happening now, let's pull back. I mean, I'm confident that if this is going on, I think we'll figure it out. No, guys, it's not Californians. It's exactly what I described. Funny thing is, I've picked up some clients from California, and they're as conservative as I am. They didn't.
Well, yeah, outside of LA and San Francisco, the problem is those city areas control. They end up swaying so hard left that they influence the rest of the state.
Yeah, well, and a lot of the liberal Californians are going to Austin. Well, hell, who cares? Yeah, the point being is this. Okay, first of all, points to the lottery winning sociopaths in Silicon Valley. Well played. That's a sneaky plan. But we are You remember when I blew a gasket right after the election and told everybody to grow up? Sorry about all that. Well, actually, I'm not sorry at all.
Never apologize.
Nah. Well, You decide if I'm actually sorry based on my body language. What we're, what we are starting to unravel their stunts and their plans and what they're doing. Okay. And we're starting to take them apart and we're having some success. This is how you win a war. It's one battle at a time, one firefight at a time. And, anybody in the stream that's in Texas, take a look at that and let your local state representative know it. Because I wish I could remember the bill. Anyway, you can find it by Googling it if you get, but, kind of encourage your state representatives to get that bill out of committee and get it on the table if there's anything to it. But the articles were pretty well sourced, and they weren't they weren't hysterical, and it's insanely credible. It's exactly like you'd expect them to do. But I had been meaning to visit with you about that because I read that and I went, oh my God, that's conceptually brilliant. But how is it possible that this vulnerability exists? So anyway, and we're going to uncover, I'm confident over the next year, we're going to uncover a lot of this kind of stuff. I think the other side got the perfect storm in November. It was like, it's like one of those football games where a good team just gets, blown out 9-3.
The hardest thing to remember about 2020, and we're not going to talk about votes and all that stuff. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this way. The hardest thing to remember about 2020 is all of you and us and the people that you talk to about this stuff are plugged in and tuned in. That makes up less than 20% of the voting population. And so you had a perfect storm of a whole bunch of stuff happening and two key important aspects to building up the 2020 election. One was COVID and the shutdown, which low information voters blame the shutdown on the president because they blame the economy on the president. And when they don't feel like they have economic opportunity, they blame the president. It's one of the things that Bill Clinton was most correct about. It's the economy, stupid. He was 100% right. The left effectively shut down very big, very important states in this country, like Michigan, by the way, and Wisconsin and other states. And they made people feel the hurt in swing states. Then the other thing that happened was simple. The media, and we know this from the Time magazine article, had an absolutely ironclad, unified message about the election. They had controlled messaging. And while it doesn't affect someone like me, while it doesn't affect the chat because you guys are awake, you're paying attention, you know what's going on in this country, you know that the media is lying about it, 80% of voters don't.
Well,
and all they do is they walk in and they see that CNN screen up in their barbershop or their bank or wherever they are, or the airport, and they're not paying attention to anything else that's going on. And every second of the day, those things were running anti-Trump. And that is, regardless of what else happened, that alone was enough to sway the election. Well, I shouldn't say alone. That in conjunction with everything else is enough.
And again, I don't want to go back, but I think it's worth noting, for someone who lost, Donald Trump sure did have long coattails. And for someone who won, Biden had none.
Yep.
Right there is your, that's all you're now beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion, that this was an aberration. Whether the aberration was due to fraud, these other, who knows? It doesn't matter.
And I'm not talking about votes. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about messaging, and regardless of what else happened, the normie media won on messaging, and then they won so hard on messaging to the normie population that they spiked the football in a Time magazine saying, here's how we beat you on messaging.
And see, remember I told everybody, these people are morons. I told y'all, we can beat them. They're idiots. They can't shut up, and they can't. And another piece of this too is, remember, guys, this was a conspiracy, and it included some prominent Republican organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, National Chamber of Commerce.
Yep.
Any Republican that writes a check to that bunch of traitorous vermin should just go ahead and write the check directly to the DNC and cut the middleman out. Because, and here's the thing, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out.
And we can't undo
No.
the last election.
No,
That ship sailed a long time ago. Now all we can do is learn from the last election and plan for the next one.
And of course, the great news is, Trump's already announced his new social media platform.
Yep.
And he ain't going anywhere. Did you see the email he fired off, torching Burks and that bipolar garden gnome, Fauci?
No.
Yeah. I gotta say, I'm real skeptical of letting bipolar garden gnomes, give us medical advice and taking the advice. I just don't think that's going to end well. Well, I don't know. So I don't know if you know, Burks and Fauci did a little media tour together where they took credit for everything and slagged the president. And within 24 hours, he fires back a blistering thing. I'm trying to remember some of the things you can find on Google. It's great quotes, but he basically said, Burks. Everybody laughed at Burks, said her stuff was pseudoscience, that Fauci couldn't even stand to be in the room with her, and repeatedly asked him not to bring her in, that that he routinely ignored Fauci's advice because he was wrong. I mean, it just and I put that up on Facebook, and I was like, God, I miss this guy.
Well,
so Trump's not going anywhere,
And I hope his social media platform is a giant success, and it is not a dumpster fire like all of the other ones. I really do.
If anybody can pull it off, it'll be him.
I am so tired of posting to 5 different alternative social media sites whenever I want to make a point. I hate it. You know what, guys? Here's the problem that I have with Minds, Parler, Gab, Fediverse, and wherever. Is that the only place I get traction and the place where I'm seeing the most growth is still Twitter. And I hate Twitter. I fucking hate
It's a business.
Twitter.
A different context, or a different kind of situation, but the same argument. I was reading, I think Sarah Hoyt wrote an article, sci-fi author, if anybody doesn't know. And, she was saying, my fans are demanding in some cases that I pull my books off Amazon. I can't do that. 95% or whatever the percentage was of my sales come from Amazon. And while I despise Amazon and their actions, I have to make a business decision. And guys, we all got to do that. Grow up. Welcome to the real world. That's part of being a grown up. Is facing the reality. I get your opinion. Facing the reality that everything's going to be a balancing act. You're never going to have perfect choices. You're gonna have basically an assortment of shitty choices, and you take the least shitty.
Well, here's the thing is, for whoever. It's about how much time and energy you want to invest in anything. And the problem right now is having everything so fractionalized, and especially having the right all over the different places. That helps the left dramatically. Like, they have a unified place. It's Twitter. That's where they're comfortable. That's where they're home. I want the right to find a home.
We're scattered all over. Right. I think Trump's platform will be the magnet to do that.
That's what I'm hoping. I really am hoping that.
It's a good. I really thought that through like that, Nick. That's a very good point. And we need to unify.
Yeah. And the other thing is, for all of the people who tell me to get on alternative media, alternative tech, what I end up finding is that I can make those things available, and
Sorry.
I don't
Yeah.
get the support in the same way. And if I do, and if I can manage the transition, I'm happy to do so. That's why I'm trying to move off of Patreon entirely to locals. By the way, I should have an update in the Patreon Owen Benjamin stuff coming next week. There's some interesting stuff going on behind the scenes there, and I hope to bring that news to you guys next week. I think you might be interested to hear what's going on. But that's why I'm trying to build the locals platform, get off of Patreon. That's why I'm trying to get off of Subscribestar. But I also don't want to be in 10 places, because when you're in 10 places, it makes it impossible to interact with people in all of those places. It's really, really frustrating. I am on Odyssey as well. And with my archive channel getting a strike and being unable to upload archives for 7 days, they may be getting uploaded to locals for now. I don't know exactly what else to do. I'm trying to figure out how to manually upload to Odyssey, or to have my second Odyssey channel sync automatically, because that's been a problem. But that's a solution for later. Right now, I've got to figure out the locals thing, and just getting things archived over there. But it's YouTube's a giant mess, and I have to be very careful, and I have to take these streams down off of YouTube on this channel, because the stream that they gave me a strike on was from a couple weeks ago, and so I had to remove it from this channel, and it got taken down off of the archive channel. So that was nice, but I can't get struck off of YouTube like Doug Tenaple.
Did he get struck off?
Yeah, he's gone. He's been completely removed from YouTube. He's appealing it, but so far, I mean,
he's asking the people that nuked him for political purposes to unnuke him. Worth a shot, Doug. I hope you do.
And so just for one final point on that, I know some people are like, I get people who are like, oh, you're scared to say whatever, or you're at the mercy of YouTube. Yeah.
You're damn right.
We are. And trust
right.
me, if everybody that you want to speak truth to power spoke full truth, and then the power answered back and just censored all of us, there wouldn't be any truth left to speak. So we have to work in the environments we're in for now. And that's not us being scared. That's us wanting to preserve the ability to actually say anything at all. Because if we're getting literally canceled for their terms of service every 2 minutes, then that's it. But, and here's the thing, guys, all of my videos, all of my back catalog, up to the live streams that I started moving to the archive channel, everything else from this channel is already up on Odyssey. Every single video. And I have less than 1,000 total views over there. It's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. I want it to be. I hope it will be. And yes, I'll be talking about the SEC lawsuit against Odyssey coming up here. But I just want to point out, like, until people are willing to actually adopt those alternatives, if every alternative place can just be shut down because they're too small and no one goes there, then we don't actually have a platform. We have to fight within the rules that we're given.
As I said, I think if anyone can put this thing together, it'll be Trump. And, because one of the things that the left because liberals are idiots, basically. They're idiot children is what they are. So they have no concept of business or any kind of stuff. They just know what they want and throw tantrums when they don't get it. I spent 25 years working for businessmen, very successful businessmen. And I've watched them. I have talked to, I've studied, I've made a study of it. And Trump is as quintessential and classic a first generation business owner as there is. Yeah, I know his father gave him some money and he got started, but I'm talking about in terms of the way he acts. And he is a very, very good businessman. One of the things, I remember, my friend in New York, Donald Trump had some businesses that went bankrupt. I said, well, let's see here. This percentage of businesses fail in the first 5 years if he only had this many bankrupt. So, in other words, he succeeded 10 times more often than normal. I'd say that's pretty good. He didn't like that. So, Trump's he is a very, very good businessman, and he's an incredibly intuitive one. And it sounds to me like, I mean, I'm sitting over here nodding like I even know what Odyssey is, but Trump is very intuitive and very agile. Uh, Opportunistic maybe is a better word. And I think you're going to need that kind of a person to put this stuff together. Um, so we'll just see. I mean, I hope reasonably optimistic. I'd love for Trump and Elon Musk to build an alliance. Can you imagine the Trump space program? Oh my God, it would make so much money. It would, eventually we wouldn't have money anymore because Trump would have it all. Like, we're all bartering. So yeah, there's plenty of room for optimism. I'm not dissatisfied with how we're doing, but anyway, but yeah. So back,
I want to address this because I see some people in the chat who are very friendly commenting about how moving stuff. Look, guys, I'm speaking from experience here. I streamed on StreamMe when it was real, and I not only did mirrored streams, I did exclusive content on StreamMe as well. When Odyssey and Locals open up streaming, I will be streaming on those platforms as well. I plan to have exclusive Locals content. That Locals is different because you have to pay for that content, and that's a whole different model. It's completely different than YouTube and Odyssey. I'll be streaming on Odyssey. I'm actually thinking about covering the Odyssey SEC case exclusively on Odyssey, at least for like a week before it gets uploaded to YouTube, for the specific reason of I want people to understand how important these platforms are. The problem is, even if I do that, I know that the viewership won't even reach 10% of what it does here on YouTube. The top political video on YouTube right now, the top one is Styx, Hex, and Hammer. It has 1,800, or on Odyssey, it has 1,800 views. That is the top. And I know like you guys want us to be able to move and to move people with us, but here's the reality. For many people, it is a business. For me, it's a business, and I can't take a 98% pay cut and keep doing the business in the same way. Because if I take a 98% pay cut on YouTube, I have to go do something else to make up for the 98% that I've lost while I build up that other thing. And that means that I can't effectively do that. I don't have the ability to take that massive loss and then weather out a storm that may or may not pan out. And by my experience, it won't pan out. Right now, the opportunity is on YouTube. I wish it were different. I don't like YouTube. I don't like their policies. But until a competitive platform is viable from a monetary and business perspective, that's like asking Best Buy to close every store and open them up only in towns of less than 30,000. They're not going to do it. It would be ridiculous. It would be insane of them to try to close down all metro locations of Best Buy and open them only in towns with less than 30,000 people. They wouldn't be able to weather that storm as a business. And neither can the streamers and the YouTube content creators that you like. They can't do it. We're trying. We would love to. But until people are fully on board with these other platforms, we can't make the transition. We can't afford it.
It sure was a bad idea to abandon the blogosphere. Go to social media. I mean, that didn't work out real well. Nick, one of the things to amplify your point is this. Guys, we all live in a world of limited resources and limited time. And everything, again, we're back to being an adult. When you're an adult, you have to be cognizant of the fact that everything you do has an opportunity cost. You know, and it's real easy to demand that somebody else cripple their business to support their principles. But come on, yeah, it's not going to happen. You know, I disappointed a lot of people when I took that vaccine. And by the way, the channel's official position is to do what the World Health Organization says to do. That was a business decision, you know, to get my older clients in so that I can do business with them and take care of their problems. You know, I got to be able to say that I had the shot. You know, and its efficacy has no bearing on my decision, none whatsoever. It was necessary for business, and you know, you should be principled and not take the number of the beast. Oh, give me a break. I tell you what, go be responsible. Go be responsible for, you know, a dozen plus families, and then come back and lecture me on what I ought to do. You know, because I am responsible for my people and their lives, and I don't have the luxury of indulging my personal political views like that. You know, and that's just the ultimate childish demand, right? To make to another man, you know, cripple your business and your ability to make a living because, you know, we need to stand for principle. Yeah, go believe yourself. Get over yourself. It takes no courage whatsoever to take $5 out of your pocket. It takes a lot of courage and frankly, a lot of stupidity to take $50 out of 12 people whose families rely on you. You're not going to do it. But I am actually, you sound much more, you know, wait and see when it comes to Trump. You know, I got a good friend that was in PayPal, and he exited, you know, and very, very well. And so he knows Elon Musk, and he says, don't bet against Elon. He said, don't do it. Don't bet against Trump either. Trump is a winner. He you know, look, the year my beloved Dallas Cowboys, you know, rolled through the NFL, they did lose 3 games, but they won 13. You know, not the very last time. Trump's same way. He lost a game or 2, but he'll be back. And you know, I really do think though, because let me ask you this, Nick. When he launches that platform, I fully expect 50 plus million people, just who are his fans, to at least join. Is that
I don't know if it'll be 50 million.
Let's say it is.
Let's say it's 10. I think 10's reasonable to start.
No, that's not my question.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. If it's 50, just play along.
Sure.
Is that a big deal?
Yes.
Okay.
Having 50 million people, it's 70. What Trump got 76 million votes, and Biden got 80. You know, because everybody loves him. He got 80 million votes because he's the greatest president of all time, and definitely
it's the official policy of this channel that Biden won the election.
Right, and he definitely got more votes than Trump. But 50 million of the 76 million Trump voters is a huge amount. Yeah. When you consider that on Twitter, it's something like 25 to 30% of the United States is on Twitter. Like, you have to realize how small Twitter actually is in the US, and companies don't do that. So 25 to 30% are on Twitter. And if Trump's going to pull 50 million people onto his alternative platform that are fans of him, then he is pulling a significantly higher percentage of voters than he is pulling than Twitter is pulling of the general populace, and that is critical. That is
I
critical.
think a problem. I don't know what his platform is going to look like. If it's going to be Twitter-esque or Facebook-esque or whatever, he's got to find a way to make it impossible for large corporations and stuff to not be on his platform. And if he can solve that problem, then his people can torture them just like the Twitter morons do. Yeah, I'm optimistic. I think Trump could be a huge disrupting factor in all this because he's pissed. he is really pissed, and he. How about the continuing? I don't know if we've talked. Mitch McConnell may very well not run again.
Good. Get him out. He's a disaster for
No,
the
I mean, he may
Republican Party.
retire. He may retire because he's finished as minority leader.
By the way, the stats, guys, the stats on Twitter are 22% of Americans, of American adults use Twitter. That's
Okay.
That's the most recent stat. That's from 2019. So some people are saying it's a lot lower than what I said. I'm taking an estimate. 25 to 30% is very probably high. It doesn't matter. My point is that far less than 100% of Americans use Twitter. Mm-hmm. And if you're pulling 50 million people out of 76 million voters, you're getting, even if many of those people are not American voters or whatever, it doesn't matter. Trump is still pulling a higher percentage of voters in America onto this platform than Twitter pulls of voting age adults onto Twitter in general. And that is huge. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily. I picked 50 just out of the blue.
I don't think it's unattainable. I think at the onset he'll have a quick 10 to 15 million. I think people are.
That in itself seems substantial to me, given the density of voters.
It would be huge.
Yeah. We're back to that. I know you've banned this, but I'm sorry. I'm just going to be a scofflaw. We're back to Obi-Wan Kenobi going, if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Having an infuriated, pissed off billionaire who thinks you stole an election from him, who's also who's a brilliant businessman, that might ultimately have turned out to be a bad deal. No, what I was going to say about McConnell real quick is he's trying to get the law changed in Kentucky so that the governor doesn't appoint his successor. Now, remember, when I was ranting about rhinos and people were saying, well, most of them have got 6 years to serve, so what are we going to do? This is what we're going to do. McConnell will not be minority leader ever again, or majority leader, because no Republican who actually wants to get reelected can afford to vote for him. That little tantrum that he threw after the second impeachment, that little chicken shit, wah, wah, wah. He took a shotgun and blew his own foot off, and couldn't happen to a more deserving piece of shite than him.
Yeah, well, McConnell. It's also important to remember McConnell cost the Republicans the Senate. By failing to advance the $2,000 stimulus package that was approved by Trump and approved by a huge amount of Republicans, but not approved by McConnell and the insider Republicans.
And WTF, really?
Yep.
In a bill that size, we can't afford to give the American people $400 more. They're going to take our $600 more. They're going to take what we give them. That's it. You little, anyway.
Yep, and McConnell, he literally cost the Georgia runoff elections by that decision. You can't convince me otherwise. And losing the Senate is losing the presidency was obviously the worst blow. But once that was done, losing the Senate was far
worse. Catastrophically incompetent.
If we had the Senate, we could have held a deadlock on the vast majority of controversial issues, and there would have been we wouldn't be arguing over a filibuster rule because we would have had enough Republicans to shut it down.
Well, and by the way, postulate, isn't that a significant amount of evidence that all the credit McConnell got for his brilliant tactical maneuvering was bullshit, that it might very well have been Trump pulling those strings? because someone that freaking stupid. What what possible utility was there in saying, no, we'll give them 1,400, we're going to give them 2,000. We're not going to do it. In a
Well,
bill,
no, they wanted 600. Remember that they chose 600.
Yeah, whatever.
But right. Yeah, but in a $2 trillion bill, we're going to give $600 instead of $2,000.
No. They only get 10% of the $1 trillion, and that we're going to give them 20%. You idiot. So yeah, I mean, so Mitch McConnell made himself completely irrelevant. That is one of Trump's most interesting qualities, Nick. He has goaded more dumbass rhinos into self-immolation than I ever would have imagined.
Well, yeah.
You know.
It's
way,
weird, but some men like to be pegged, and Mitch might be one of them.
Well, Mitch ain't pitching, that's for sure. Did we succeed in getting little Ben Sass to do anything back when you tried that?
God, no. I don't know that it ever trended, but I was at the time I was shadow banned on Twitter, so it kind of messed with things.
I got to tell you, because I'm from Louisiana, I feel a certain degree of standing to go over there. That poor dumb Bill Cassidy moron, man, they are still working him over.
Good.
I try to do my part. I issued the fervent plea for the tragic victims of resting Beavis face, because he does look like Beavis. And as we know, one of the tragic consequences of that disease is you're as dumb as Beavis. But I mean, he's been trying on Facebook his Facebook presence was fairly, maybe one a week before all this. And so he puts up something every day, and I mean, they ain't having it. It doesn't matter what he puts up on. It's like, you piece of shit, you traitor, you are.
Good.
He's dead too.
Primary him.
Well, he's got 6 years. He's another one of those, he's another one of those shitheads that thought he was invulnerable, but he's not going to get any he's not going to get any legislation through with his name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because not a single Republican that wants to get reelected can even be seen talking to him in the parking lot. Oh, I do want to say, I've also issued a call, that we rename Mitt Romney Lord Haw Haw.
Lord Haw Haw.
Yeah, that Lord Haw Haw was a German propagandist in World War II. I think he was a British citizen, and he would broadcast with her, come on over, allied men. We are going to, come over to the beaches where you will be machine gunned down. Churchill is willing to sacrifice your lives. Of course, he won't be invading the beach.
Right.
Romney got that Kennedy Center award a week ago.
Of course,
and I was like, Lord Haw Haw gets the Iron Cross.
What was it? Who was the asshole who got the bravery award for being the only Republican to stand up to Trump? And
that was Romney.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about?
Yeah.
God, that was fucking embarrassing.
Well, Romney is a complete effete wussy boy. He's the worst kind, because he's willing to backstab his own side at every opportunity to win the approval of the people who called him every horrible thing. Who he's a masochist of the highest order. You people in Utah, if you're watching this show, y'all got to do something about that. Oh yeah, and Cruella DeVille, that's Lisa Murkowski.
Yeah.
She's already drawn her first primary challenger. That was a thing the president that Trump did that I thought was very good. He called the rhinos out.
Yep.
And that was huge. But yeah,
that's what I liked.
Her,
that's what I liked about his speech is he named every single person. And we've got so many people who are afraid to name names. But
well, yeah. By the way, and she does look like the cartoon Cruella DeVille. Prove me. Just look at her. Look at her and look at Cruella side by side, and it's like, oh my God, that's a caricature of her.
Emma Stone is playing Cruella DeVille in the new movie about Cruella DeVille.
It's going to be horrible, right?
Yep, that's gonna be fucking bad. It's gonna be real fucking bad.
Yeah. That's.
By the way, there's a great movie you should watch called Nice Guys.
That sounds familiar. I may have seen
It's
what.
Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe, and they're both private investigators, and they both end up kind of on the same case, but not hired by the same people. And it's really great. It's a good
Okay,
film.
I'm a big Russell Crowe fan. I've liked just
Are you as
anything I've
big of a
ever
Russell
seen.
Crowe fan as Russell Crowe's stomach is big?
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
Okay, you have Amazon Prime though, right?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I've got an assignment for you. You will like this assignment. Watch Unhinged with Russell Crowe. It's released today on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
It is made in 2020, and it should have won every Oscar for 2020 based on what came out in 2020. It's not like a particularly glorious or great masterpiece of a film, but based on what came out in 2020, it's certainly the best movie I saw. But it's basically he's a guy. It's like if Michael Douglas in Falling Down had actually started just kicking the shit out of literally everybody. That's this movie. And Russell Crowe is
Well,
as fat as John Goodman and as pissed off as Michael Douglas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess maintaining that physique is serious work. That's you know. But I haven't seen anything lately of his, so this would be a good one. But I was a big fan, and no, you really don't have to say anything more than Master and Commander. I agree. Standing.
I've
But
never
yeah,
seen it because it's like 6 hours long.
Well, Nick, it's probably like www.google.com. it's,
I want to watch it, but like I don't. I think it's 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I just don't
Yeah.
have that. I don't have that much time right now to do it.
Yeah, a good Age of Sail show that is long. I mean, it's not a time. Is the Horatio Hornblower series with Ian Griffith? However you say his name, Griffith. Um, those are incredibly well done. I guess it's a mini series or a series of TV movies or something. But I read a lot, most of the Hornblower novels. I was, and the Hornblower was the model for James T. Kirk, by the way. Kirk is, you know, Kirk is basically the 30-year-old version of Hornblower in space. So, but yeah, so it's Unhinged with Russell Crowe.
Unhinged with Russell Crowe.
Yeah, so it's not a comedy.
No, it's
No.
really dark. It's a dark thriller, and there's
Okay.
there's a little bit of silliness at the very end. But other than that, and I'll forgive it that just because it's a movie, I'll forgive it the silliness. But other than the very, very end, which is still a good ending, he is a menacing, terrifying villain, like in a true sense. And it talks about some of the stuff we talked about earlier with like the way that the men are supposed to act versus how women kind of act with the snippiness and the consequences of that womanly behavior. That is all.
Dude,
It's
do
all
some
in
do
there.
that?
It's
Yeah,
it's good stuff. Unhinged was, and it's 90 minutes, and the pacing in it they don't waste screen time. They don't.
I love those kind of movies.
Yeah.
I love those kind of movies where when it's over, you go, wait a minute, it's over? Of all things, Dances with Wolves, I thought, did the pacing right.
I like dance. I like the movie. I just for Twitch I can't do it because it's 16 hours long.
Right. Well, yeah, it's when you start at midnight and it's the afternoon by the time it's over. Yeah, I haven't seen a movie with Crow as a villain, but I don't have a hard time believing he'd be a good one.
And like I said, you have to picture Russell Crowe as John Goodman because that's what he looks like. He's so rotund, and his face even looks like John Goodman's face did when he was huge.
shut the fuck up, Donnie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let me read these chats and then we should
Yeah,
wrap up
let's-
for the night because we're already at 3 hours, which is surprising.
It sure goes fast. At least.
Bad Vibe says, Nick, pick where you are going to go. Don't expect us to decide. Once you decide, we will follow. No, and I understand and respect that, Bad Vibes. What I'm telling people is that's why I'm not going to every other site. That's why I'm not going to BitChute. That's why I'm not doing these things. That's why right now it's YouTube and Odyssey. Those are the two platforms I like the most. Those are the two platforms. YouTube is a platform that allows me to sustain and work in the way I do. Odyssey is a platform I hope to grow to be a viable candidate to move off of YouTube. I really want that to be a real thing.
So Odyssey is a YouTube.
It's a
analog.
YouTube analog is a good way to put it. The problem with Odyssey right now is they limit uploads to 4 gigabytes. I can't back up these streams to Odyssey because the streams are all they're minimum 11 to 12 gigabytes. So that's
that's like selling internet service with a dial-up modem.
Well, they're growing.
I mean,
it's not like
I understand it's an economic necessity, but that's a problem. They got to solve for that.
Yeah. And so I like Odyssey. I want them to grow. As soon as they implement live streaming, I'll be streaming to Odyssey as well. I encourage people to watch any of my stuff on Odyssey. I think their monetization plan right now is actually more lucrative per view than YouTube. And I would not mind one bit if every single person who watched me on YouTube watched me on Odyssey instead. That would actually make my day. I'd probably make more money. That being said, that's not a reality right now, but I am trying to grow that platform. And in the spirit of talking about alternative platforms that I'm trying to grow, Odyssey, which I'm Ricada Law on Odyssey, really easy. Locals, ricadalaw.locals.com. I think for now I'll be archiving live streams to Locals while my other channel is prevented from uploading for 7 days. So that's where I'll be uploading them for now. Plus exclusive content is coming to Locals. That is a paid service for the exclusive content. And that is, that's a separate sort of thing. I'm looking at some other alternatives. And right now, I'm on Twitter. I will be on Trump's new platform when it comes out. Because I do want to, guys, before Parler got nuked, I was planning on being off of Twitter and entirely on Parler. I don't like Gab because Andrew Torba's a weirdo. I'm on there, but Torba is a weirdo. Minds is great, but I don't get that much interaction. I think there's going to be a lot of hype around Trump's platform. I'll be over there. So sorry, Trump. I probably just ruined your platform.
Did you, by the way, did you
go ahead.
cover Elizabeth? Pocahontas's little snippy tweet back to Amazon that they need, to the effect that they needed to be regulated by the government so that they would not be posting snarky comments to a U.S. senator. Did you cover that in any of your videos?
No, I
Oh
haven't.
my God, it was. I mean, you talk about drop the little micro Nazi mask. She popped off that it was something to the effect of it was some horrible injustice that Amazon.com was doing, didn't pay enough in taxes or something, and they fired back and said, well, you wrote the law, so don't blame us, and why aren't you getting that $15 minimum wage thing? That, by the way, they're salty about that. they really and so they said they shot back. Amazon shot back. And then she said, basically she threatened them. But it was the part about, and you won't be able to make snarky tweets at sitting senators. I went, oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus.
Look it up. I'm paraphrasing. It'd be a good video to do, even though it's some days old.
Can you send me a link to it when you're thinking about it?
I can try.
You don't have to do it right now.
Well, if you'll go to www.google.com.
Ty, I'm gonna forget. I drank like a quarter bottle of whiskey.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. You've been boozing it up while I've been drinking coffee. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll shoot you something.
Pseudo Snark said,
Sorry,
you can just
I forgot all about that.
Just text me whatever I'm supposed to look up. It's fine.
Okay.
Pseudo Snark says, just grats for Ty's big news. Sorry, my last chat failed to note that. I was just tuning in, hadn't caught the news just yet. O'Breezy says, Georgia just stripped Delta of their multi-million-dollar tax break after Delta CEO criticized their new voter ID law. Do you guys think this is something we should support? I can see arguments on why this can be both good and bad. Look, if you're going to be a business who wants tax breaks, by the way, Atlanta is the busiest airport on the entire globe, I believe. It is Delta's #1 hub, and they get a huge tax break being there despite doing a massive amount of business in that hub. And if they're going to shit on the state that is giving them that tax break, they should expect to lose the tax break.
Guys, Delta is the enemy. They support the enemy. And I don't want to hear this bullshit about, I could see downsides to it. Guess what? Before we landed ashore in Normandy Beach for the several months before that invasion, we bombed the living hell out of France to paralyze their transportation network. And of course, we had to bomb all over to disguise the fact that it was Normandy we were heading to. And a lot of Frenchmen died. Now, imagine if that same attitude, I can see a downside to bombing the French. Look, it's war, And once again, we're back to you take the best option you got. Fuck Delta. I mean,
and I fly Delta.
It's glorious.
I prefer to fly Delta. I think they're the best airline between Delta, United, and American by far for the actual service. But if they're going to be stupid and dump on a state that's giving them tax breaks, and why does Delta care about voting? Like, why does Delta care about voter ID at all?
Well, because the Delta executives want to be able to pose at the country club with to their liberal neighbors. So I personally think
okay. So the Georgia House passed it, but the Georgia Senate did not pick it up, so it's dead. So we'll see.
Pussies. Dang it.
There's no. I would fly Southwest if they had a major hub in anywhere near me, but flying Southwest from the north doesn't work very well.
I would think Delta, though, would have welcomed such a bill because it would give them the opportunity to demonstrate their commitment by putting real money on the line. By the way, I've been reading books on the history of dueling, just in case. There's some good ones out there.
Let's see. Classical Positioning says, I'm worried about Trump making his platform only to have the Biden-Harris administration to begin big tech regulations that benefit the YouTubes and the Facebooks and kill off smaller platforms. I mean, they might do that, but we got to try. We got to keep trying.
We do have we do have over 100 federal judges.
And federal and circuit court judges have been going Republican ways lately. Like Trump's federal and appellate court appointments have been paying dividends already in a Biden administration.
Because what they can do, you've probably covered this, Nick. What they can do is Fifth Circuit says you can't do that. I'm issuing an injunction across the whole country. The Supreme Court can say, you know what, we won't take that up. So that stuff they used to do to us that was so infuriating.
Yeah. Let's see. CJ says the largest platforms with any of these alts, one or more. 1, ease of use, mobile app usually. 2, lack of capability, creator services, storage space. 3, costs, yes, like locals, $5 per creator because of ad revenue lack. And 4, speed, quality. Yep. That's the thing. Locals is a premium service. You pay for direct access and no ads. I mean, that's what you're paying for on locals. That's what it is. And if you want to avoid those things, the reason that YouTube has freedom or free, why YouTube doesn't cost anything is because you're the product and everything you do on there is monitored, analyzed, organized, and they distribute content to you to sell ads. That's what they do. Locals does cost money because you're buying your way out of that. And
I subscribe to YouTube Red, I think is what it's called. No ads. Because I don't want to watch ads. I'll just give them money to
Yep.
a point.
And I subscribe to, I get YouTube Red as part of my phone plan and stuff like that. And so I have the same thing, no ads. And I really enjoy it. I actually, when a friend is over and showing me a YouTube video and we have to skip through an ad, I hate it. But that being said,
no.
that being
No
said,
tolerance.
to me, it's worth the price on YouTube. So it's certainly worth the price on locals or somewhere else. Odyssey, I like. Odyssey is growing its platform and growing its capabilities. And I'm not saying that I can only upload 4 gigabytes there as a criticism to Odyssey. I know why I can't upload a 20 gig live stream to Odyssey. That's fine. It's me just talking about the current limitations of the platform. I'm hoping they do better. I would love to mirror all content somewhere else. I really would. And I would love to have the ability to move off and to grow an alternative platform to really do it. And I'm hoping that that's a possibility in the future, but it's something you have to work for. You can't just Band-Aid off and jump in, especially with the SEC suing Odyssey right now. That makes it really challenging.
Hey, Eugenius is in the stream, since you know so much. Go ahead and find me the ad blocker that works on the iPad YouTube app, because that's how I consume YouTube.
Careful, they might actually do it.
I wish they would.
I will say that this channel does not support ad block, and ad block is an abomination upon the world. And
This channel does not support ad block.
You should never use ad block.
Never use ad block. Yeah. Well, again, we made some assumptions. It might have been good to, no, I'm not watching YouTube through a browser, guys. Not on the iPad. I have a certain device, and right now, a long time ago, there was a cool little program. I think it was called Jasmine, and it was a YouTube clone, and it just shut the ads down. Well, Jasmine went away. I don't know what happened to them, but they went away, and one day it was no longer on my iPad. And I don't want to hear about go use some other device. I'm perfectly content with the package of ridiculous limitations.
Ty and I can barely even turn on an iPad. Give us a break.
Yeah. So,
okay, next we're on to Justice Chats. Mario Carter says, "This is the lockpicking lawyer, and my 2.5-inch cock simply can't compete with my wife's 18-inch long Johnson." Damn.
Oh God.
Mario Carter says, "My daughter's."
Well, I'm glad you shared that with us.
I don't know what the hate is for the lockpicking lawyer. I think that guy's got an interesting channel. Is he a weirdo? I don't know. Mario Carter 13 says, "My daughter's getting married. You can follow her at Unlikely Beard on Twitch. Beard, noun, one who serves to divert attention from another, especially a member of the opposite sex who accompanies a gay man to give the impression of heterosexuality." Oof. Yeah. Beard also happens to be the last name. So that's a that's a conflation there.
Yeah, and I've never had somebody make fun of my name before.
Yeah, Percy. Anime right. Moon says, my
and again, I must emphasize, in East Texas.
My father is a fireman. He puts out fires. My mother is a fireman's wife. She puts out fires. My brother is a fireman's son. He puts out fires. My sister is a fireman's daughter. She puts out. Oh, there you go, Ty. That's my wedding contribution. Okay. Xander's Rant says, when Lee said he is like Nick, I didn't think he was gonna be even more like Nick by being a lawyer. Ty, will you be knighting Nick 2.0? Also, Ty, when are you Nick Lee Nick 2.0 going to play Among Us on Twitch?
I don't know. That Twitch thingy is yes. Brianna has mentioned that Ryan resembles you in a number of ways, and I have to say I do see the resemblance.
Well, then I have tons of faith in him to be a degenerate. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, the difference is he is not a slacker like we are.
Oh man.
Yeah. So take us and only straight A's.
Oh man, I hate him. I hate him.
Well, if we were his age, you probably would. So yeah.
Red Dragonite says, any updates on the VIC case? I tried checking back, but can't find any of your shows on your channel. They've disappeared. Crazy town. No. Okay. So all of the live streams get uploaded to my archive channel, except for starting today, the next 7 days, they will not, because, and I will upload them when I'm home and that archive channel is unlocked again. I'm also in the process of appealing it. They denied my initial appeal and says there's no further appeal, so I'm still appealing it. But
Absolutely.
but that is they denied it right now. I'm trying to get clarification on that and get it fixed. But if I can't get it fixed, it'll be up on locals until I get home and the strike is lifted, and then I can go ahead and do that update. And they will be free on locals, to be clear. Those I'm not looking to do that, but I am strongly considering what to do with these live stream archives, because YouTube is going back into those. And if the archive channel becomes a danger to the main channel, then the archive channel will go away very, very quickly.
Did you try saying to them, "You fucking bastages"? I
do use profanity when I talk to YouTube. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. Jared Frost says,
makes you feel better.
Does. Ty, congratulations to your daughter and family. Also, Nick, did you get my justice chat? I sent it before the show, but I don't think you read it. I'm watching on a delay, but I don't know if you missed it or glitched. Congrats again, Ty. I think I did, Jared Frost.
Thank you, Jared.
Yes, I did. Let's see. Maybe I'll read it again just in case. He says, hey guys, I hope you're both doing well. Nick, did you get a chance to read my last emails? If you did, I don't need a reply, but hope you didn't roll your eyes out of your head and understood where I was coming from. Let me know someday about that whiskey. I think I did. Maybe I didn't read that, but I know I read it to myself. I think I got your emails, but I'll go back and double check. Rad Dragonite says, Nick's sleep paralysis demon has Monica's teeth with Greer's lips around them, with a gun hanging over the sides of a large futa bulge with no balls underneath, and all the while it screeches with a ferocious yet shrill voice of Ron Toye wielding a remote. That's
like a Cthulhu type.
It's a Cthulhu of disgusting human characteristics.
By the way, I was righteously corrected by the stream. It's you farting sneaky bastages. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Dread Clown says, how much money for a Twitch watch party for Invincible? 8 out of 10 superhero show until the Superman standing claps someone's head in a 10 out of 10 spray of gore. I've heard good things. No amount of money is necessary to get me to do it. Just make sure you come watch when I do. By the way, that's another alternative platform that I have, guys. I do have the Twitch channel. It's Twitch. It's similar to YouTube in its corporate overlordhood, but I'm toying around with a plan for the Twitch channel to grow it as a possible alternative as well.
I'm sorry, Johnny Dangerously quotes are flying up the street.
Good.
At the chat and the glorious. Put your pals in a sling. Sorry.
Wolfgang Deo says, absolutely do not vote for the Libertarian Party. However, we may need to approach them and argue with them so that one day we can. They need to get over their bullshit feel-good mottos like taxation is theft, but taxation is theft, and their stupid-ass non-aggression policy. I mean, the non-aggression... Here's the thing. Libertarian Party is garbage. Libertarian principles that you apply to yourself like a proper libertarian are fine.
Back in the glorious old days, libertarians were basically just Republicans who wanted to smoke dope.
Right.
Hey, what about this marijuana legalization wave that's coming?
Do it. Legalize it. Why wouldn't...
Absolutely. I mean, but you think they'll be able to pull off decriminalization?
I don't want them to decriminalize weed. Decriminalized weed is still criminal. In Minnesota, we have decriminalized weed. Let's say a police officer spots you with a joint in your car. That gives them full license to search your car.
Still gives them probable cause.
Yeah.
Well, something else that everyone should be aware of too, and this is actually important for the age range and chat typically. Even in a place like Colorado, where marijuana is legal, CPS will nail you to the wall if you
Yep.
test positive. And that's one of the, that's one of the great injustices that's going on. Of course, I'm not a big fan of CPS anyway, but uh, what I was asking though was, do you think that they'll get rid of the? I understand the decriminalization thing. That's just the term I used,
Okay,
but
sure.
no longer make marijuana illegal at the federal level. Do you think the Republicans are stupid enough to oppose it and keep it from happening?
I think the establishment Republicans are.
I do too.
I think the
I agree too.
McConnells, the Romneys are.
Yeah,
They need to embrace the fact that it encompasses a large portion of of the optics of criminal justice reform in a way that's actually not that impactful. Um, in the good way, right? Like, because
yeah,
it gives the
yeah.
optics of criminal justice reform. It also it carries racial undertones because the policy of criminalizing marijuana had racial undertones as well. But
Well, it disproportionately impacted.
yeah,
You know,
even if the use is proportional amongst race, which studies suggest that the use is proportional by race, the impact from law enforcement is disproportionate by race for all kinds of reasons. But it doesn't matter. Legalizing it has all of the talking points you want. Plus, it supports the idea of freedom, liberty, and it recognizes that it's just time. It's just time now, and
totally
and
agree.
and people are fine. By the way, everybody's already smoking anyway. They already are. They don't
Well,
respect that law. Like, not everybody
yeah,
on earth, but more people. There are probably so many people in your life that you have no idea smoke weed on a daily basis.
Nick, I had the great, I had the great evolution. I was always very skeptical of saying that alcohol was okay and marijuana wasn't.
Right.
I'm sorry, that's just not true. But I also understood the argument. Well, alcohol, once it was out of the bag, there just wasn't anything you could do. Marijuana, you keep it in the bag. See, I did that. The bag. uh, but I hit a swing there for about 5 or 6 years where certain very wealthy clients would have children or grandchildren that were getting busted for weed, and so I would go down and negotiate handle the case. And I always got them, I got them deferred adjudication, or I got them, nobody. But I had this epiphany that, oh my God, the criminal justice system, as applied to marijuana crimes, is a gigantic wealth transfer scheme from parents to district attorneys, to judges, to criminal defense attorneys, to parole, to probation people. And I have never known a stoner in my life, and I don't smoke marijuana. And if I ever did, it would have been a real long time ago. Say it that way. Um, but I know a lot of stoners, and I've never, not one time in my life, have I known a stoner that said, you know, I like smoking dope, but I'm gonna stop because I don't want to go to jail again. The time frame between getting busted and actually suffering punishment is so far apart that there's no deterrence, there's no connection, and all that. And of course, the odds of you actually getting nailed on any one given day when you're smoking dope are microscopic. To use a gaming analogy,
Yep.
when you roll a 20-sided die, you're probably not going to roll a one. Odds are very much against it. Well, when you roll that die 50 times, one's very likely to come up. So, it's just the legal system is literally just stealing money from parents to no good end, well, except to make us wealthier. Oh, what am I doing?
It's no, it's true, and
Yeah.
the wealth transfer happens at that level. The other thing that's critical, you've got, as long as it's illegal, you've got issues with Second Amendment rights. because you're not allowed to consume illegal drugs and purchase a firearm, even though people who smoke weed are not known to be under the influence of weed while they're out murdering people. Like it's not a
No,
super common problem. So
I can't remember a single stoner I ever knew that was an ugly drunk. I've known lots of drunks that are
right.
mean drunks, but mostly stoners want to sit around and be stoned.
So you've got
You know,
problems with the Second Amendment. You've got problems with CPS. These are intangible, or less direct. I shouldn't say intangible, indirect results of marijuana being illegal that are huge problems. A parent who smokes weed from time to time is not a danger to their child. There are all sorts of things that make parents danger to their children, and substance abuse can be part of that. It is not automatically part of that in any
what's
sort of way.
asinine, Nick, on CPS is, they can't test for alcohol,
Right.
because it leaves your system pretty much instantaneously once it's metabolized.
Yep.
So a parent can get drunk every single night, and there's no problem.
Right.
But let them smoke a joint, all of a sudden, they're the most horrible parent. And I've tangled. We've tangled with CPS a fair amount, and we tend to win. But it's just criminalizing marijuana is just pointless. It doesn't reduce the usage of marijuana one bit, and it ruins it, especially in this day and age where now all of a sudden you actually do have a permanent record. Analyze, this will look good on your permanent record, Chip. You're gonna be, whatever you do. If you're a young person, they're gonna be able to look it up on the internet, and it's not a great thing. But I followed that with interest. Now I suspect that Texas is a long way off. I respect people that don't like it. But here's the thing: you can't consistently be in favor of alcohol sales and be opposed to marijuana, because they're just,
Yeah, no, it is. And they need to take care of it at the federal level. And then if the states want to have it,
let the states
decide.
Hey, wouldn't it be cool if we had this system, Nick, where
don't you even bring federalism here? I will.
If you had, I don't know, say 50 individual little countries, and it could be like a giant laboratory.
Don't even get me started, because I've been talking about how pissed off I am that the entire basis for the union was to prevent restrictions on trade and travel across state borders. And now we have these requirements. Like, if you want to go to New York, you have to have a negative test, and then you have to quarantine for 4 days. And I'm like, that kind of sounds like a tax on travel, because if you can't get that test, and if you can't afford to quarantine for 4 days, then you've suddenly been taxed on your ability to enter into New York. And that kind of sounds like the exact opposite of what the Constitution was there to protect against under the Fifth Amendment. But who am I to talk, right? Who am I to talk about that?
So the government created the exact opposite consequences.
Yes.
Gee, that never happens.
And we're all okay with it for some reason. And I know we're not okay with it, but
yeah,
but a bunch of lawyers are.
Right there with you, brother. By the way, they're trying to stretch the COVID thing into 2021, but I just don't think it's going to work.
We'll see. I for one welcome our WHO overlords, and I hope that their wisdom shines through all of us.
Also, this YouTube channel to follow all WHO recommendations regarding COVID and COVID vaccines.
Jason McConnell says, we have legal weed in Canada brought through by the government. So far, they've lost $9 billion on what was going to be a tax boon. Only government can lose money on something a guy named Gary with a panel van can make a living from. Yes.
Yeah, that is the funniest part of this whole process, right? Is these blue states thinking, well, yeah, we'll legalize marijuana and we'll tax it.
How do you fail at selling weed?
You're the government. Well, what they did. I think it was Colorado at first. they legalized it, then put all these damn restrictions on it, which basically made it so expensive, made it more expensive than the black market.
Yeah.
So it's like, what?
It's ridiculous. By the way, guys, I do see that we got to 1,000 likes and I appreciate it. The problem is I drank all of the whiskey in this house earlier. So I have to get another bottle of whiskey tomorrow and I'll make up the shot on tomorrow's show, but I just don't have any more to drink. Okay.
A tragic situation.
Crusader asks, "Hey Ty, what do you think of the Marine Corps ditching all their heavy armor? Think that'll actually go well in the next war? Also, did you see the videos of the massive Russian military buildup in Sevastopol? Looks worrying for Eastern Europe."
I am skeptical of the Marines' decision to turn themselves into essentially a commando force. I think we're giving up some really fine fighting capability for no real benefit. Now, that's my opinion. It's almost as if the Russians don't think that President Biden has the balls to actually face them down. I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, I don't think he has the balls to face anything.
No. Even if he actually does know where he is.
By the way, the chat's blaming me for not having enough liquor in the house. I'm blaming the chat for not getting to 1,000 likes before I finished it. That's y'all's fault. Biden doesn't.
That's harsh but fair.
Biden doesn't have enough balls to face a testicular cancer test. Wolfgang Deo says, "If I were a prominent Republican that was close to Donald Trump and people think I'm going to go for president one day, I would leak juicy material to the New York Times, look stupid on Fox News, and present evidence later. Screw being president. Dick with Democrats." Crusader says, "Trump is apparently making a social media platform. I think he'd do more good making a cancel-proof payment processor. But then again, is the 3 to 4 billion he's worth enough to actually start one of those up? Maybe, maybe not." The problem with a cancel-proof payment processor is to have access to the ACH system, you have to agree to the Bankers Trust, which is run by 9 giant banks: Wells Fargo, Chase Bank, Bank of America, US Bank, Bancorp, and a couple others. MasterCard and Visa are on there too. So to have access to the ACH system, you have to play by their rules automatically. So no, I don't think he has enough to be cancel proof entirely.
From what little I understand about that, though, isn't it feasible that there might be a First Amendment angle on this, because this is a highly, highly regulated government industry?
It's possible, but you would have to argue that like the access to the ACH system is either a right or that and I think access to exchanging currency should be a right. I do, but I'm not familiar with anybody who has successfully argued that. Or you have to argue that these banks are quasi-state actors, which I'm not opposed to that as well. I'm just saying I don't know that anybody has successfully done that, because the quasi-state doctrine is really, really tough to actually argue.
I don't really know much about it. I was just thinking out loud.
I mean, a college... How about this? A private school that receives 99% of its funding from taxpayers and 1% from private, but is still a privately owned school, is not a quasi-state actor.
Ouch.
So trying to label a bank as a quasi-state actor, we're just fighting against 100 years of jurisprudence that was engineered for an entirely different set of problems. Look. Let's be real. The reason a private school that receives 99% of government funding but 1% of private funding and is privately owned, in that
they can teach religion in the school.
Well,
right?
Kind of. It was also to make to make a whites only school.
I was going to say
after Brown,
and to keep certain undesirable races out.
That was the purpose of that protection, was to basically allow people to create race-specific schools following Brown versus Board. Now, that was whatever your opinion on that problem is, that was an entirely different problem in 1957, which I think it was Brown 3 or something like that. It was like 1957 than we have today. And that jurisprudence may have been beneficial at that time for a specific ideology, that jurisprudence now in a different context is
It's a boat
hampering.
anchor around
So,
our neck. Yeah.
so yeah, it's
Something that used to gripe me a lot in law school and in the law period is I am so sick and tired of judges and lawyers smugly saying, "Oh, that's the slippery slope argument, and that's a fallacy." And I'm like, I can literally show you 1,000 slippery slopes that, in fact, turned into slippery slopes.
you show me a voice actress and I'll show you a slippery slope. Bad Vibe
Nice.
says, destroy CPS. They are guilty of allowing the harms to youth that they are supposed to stop. Yeah, I hate CPS. Bad Dragonite also said, Bad Dragonite says, speaking on how Californians are conservative outside of the cities, that's something I like about Cyberpunk. It's in backstory. Cali seceded from the U.S., then Northern and Southern Cali separated based on politics. Night City is a city-state on the border. Wolfgang Deo says, we need a trustable portal program that just lets us get into these different media. Just be you on each one and provide only a certain amount of time to social media. Prioritize like you're doing, as well as let some media die. He says, I propositioned not like that. Robert Grueller, the idea of him putting out a curriculum or homework that the community could use to make content for, he could use it to produce the best material. Why not start a tutoring program on the side? I don't want to start a tutoring program on the side personally. I actually had this is a brief digression. On a Kyle Rittenhouse video I did, someone sent to me a comment, and it said, wasn't Kyle acting negligently by being out past curfew, carrying a gun that he wasn't legally allowed to buy, facing down a bunch of criminals, blah, 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 blah. And my answer was no, he didn't act negligently. So then the person said, can you define negligence under Wisconsin law and give examples of cases involving negligence under Wisconsin law? And I said, yes. Well, no,
I do.
No, I gave him the answer. I said, yes. That's all I said though, was yes, I can do that.
Yes. Oh, I see. Yes.
And then he said, well, go ahead and do it then. And I said, nah, I'm not really interested in writing a legal law review article on Wisconsin negligence law based on your weird understanding of negligence, which is wrong.
Very brief client war story from a few weeks ago. We, when we get the occasional client that doesn't act right. I mean, firm. It's my job to rein them in, fire them, or whatever I'm going to do. And so they call it a come to time meeting. I did not come up with that.
Right.
And I had to have a come to time meeting with a particular client who's a really nice guy, and I wanted to keep him as a client. But he's one of these guys that wants to know everything, and I understand that. And I said, listen, you need to understand something. I am not a law professor. Don't want to be a law professor, got no interest in being. I'm a tradesman. I'm like a car mechanic. You don't go to your car mechanic and want to learn mechanical engineering. Right?
Yep.
And I said, and you know, I appreciate you willing to pay me to be a law professor, but I'm not interested in that job. I don't want it. You know, and
at least they were willing to pay you. This guy just wanted me to put it in a fucking YouTube comment. I'm
like, no.
No benefit at all for me to do this.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Particularly when all you literally have to do is go to that www.google.com thingy and type in negligence Wisconsin.
By the way, since I'm on YouTube doing my job and being compensated by the fact that people are watching, here's negligence, duty, breach of duty, causation, and then damages. That's negligence across everywhere. So here's your question with Kyle Rittenhouse. Was he negligent? Well, he's not even accused of negligently killing anybody. All of his acts were intentional and certainly targeted. So that's not negligence. But what was his duty? How did he breach that duty? Did he have
cause injury?
Did he have a duty to obey curfew? Yes. Was he disobeying curfew by being on private property for which he had permission to be on? No.
No.
That's not violation
Yeah.
of his duty. And even if he was, did his presence out during curfew, by the way, everybody else is also out during curfew, did his presence breach his duty?
Cause. Oh, yeah.
Did it breach? Okay, maybe he breached it by being out. Did that presence proximately cause any injury to anybody? No. So you lose at proximate cause for sure if you haven't already.
Because that breach is just the act of standing in a place you're not supposed to stand in, not what you did once you were there.
Right.
So no, this is someone just using lawyer words that he.
Well, they don't understand them, and it's like it's not my job to sit and educate you in a YouTube comment. Crusader Saracen says, if you want to get rid of Mitch McConnell like the traitor he is, remember, always punish a traitor before the enemy. Then just go to his house and leave those little plastic 6-pack soda rings around his yard. Let nature take its course. Wolfgang.
Well, that's just downright sadistic. I'm not sure.
Wolfgang Deo says, "Oh, go ahead."
What I love Mitch McConnell losing the thing that he loves most, which is his power, and he lost it because he is a piece of shit. He took a shotgun and blew his own leg off for no other reason than to badmouth Donald Trump. Well done, Mitch. You're a genius. Ben Sass, he ain't doing shit in the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, they have completely neutralized themselves, and the Democrats don't want them.
No,
they want Democrats in those seats.
Yep.
And of course, even the Democrats are smart enough not to trust a traitor. So scientists one day will analyze the power that Trump had. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Wolfgang Deo says, for 2.2 trillion, each American adult citizen could have gotten $1,000 per month for this year. Call it taxing the government for services performed. Ugh. And it simplifies tax structure by providing incentive to file taxes and be on record. Okay, universal basic income.
I like universal basic income.
I mean, it is, and it's not that simple. You can't just take 2.2 trillion divided by 350 million and say this much, because there are massive administrative costs in running these programs, unfortunately. But there's also a shitload of pork, and that is different.
Beyond massive special interests in keeping these. I always said this about basic income. It's stupid, obviously. Yeah. And it's completely economically unaffordable unless you want to get rid of the entire government except for police and fire and maybe justice. And you want to do that, and you want to talk about basic income, I'm willing to talk. But my problem with basic income has always been, I don't think you ever want to give people enough money that they are incentivized not to be productive.
Right.
I'm struggling as to how that could possibly turn out well for us.
Crusader says, here's a dilemma. Cassidy, Murkowski, Collins, McConnell, and Romney are all drowning, and you only have enough life preservers for all of them. What flavored popcorn would you eat after you popped open a folding chair? Just butter.
Nice.
Wolfgang Deo says, when I said treat social media like stocks, it is pretty much what you are doing. Stick to the main few you can easily manage, from there to like Twitter and stuff, a few bucks here and there to keep your name, and invest heavily in the best places. Gotcha. Joseph Kerwin says, YouTube Vanced skips all YouTube advertisements on my phone. I'm not sure if it's available on iOS. Crusader says, oh, geez, how could I forget? Congrats, Ty, on your daughter's upcoming wedding. May the Lord bless you with many grandchildren, your family with happiness from this day until the end of the days.
I have it on good authority that grandchildren are damn cool.
Wolfgang Deo says, so my peer presented a speech about Proposition 207 in Arizona. I asked him about the research, if he researched Portugal. Oh no, we don't want to legalize everything. And then pandemic Karen in the back. Oh, we're in a red state, bros. Legalize all the fucking drugs. Wolfgang Deo says, like the Portugal legalization is not just drugs for all. It was removal of the stigma too, so people can get recovery easy. And the criminal aspect is gone. Usage stayed the same with a brief spike, but addiction went down. So well, legalize all. I think there's a case for it. Wolfgang,
and a giant hidden tax disappeared.
Wolfgang Deo says, Nick, Kermit wants you to ask Ty what his Ty, what is your opinion on boat waifu games like Can Call or Azure Lane? Which is your favorite chip girl? You have to like both, and balls or no balls on the balls on a Fuda. Oh my god.
No.
Do you know anything about these boat waifu games?
I have no idea of these things of which you speak.
Good. Stay pure, sweet prince. Okay. Arlania says, glad I got kicked out of the bar early enough to catch this on time and heterosexual stream. Good to see Mr. Beard is doing well. Stay classy.
Oh, thank you.
Petey Warren says, Ty, who is the Texan equivalent to Tennessee's Alvin York?
Oh, well, of course. Audie Murphy. I mean,
not Davy Crockett or Jim Bowie?
No, Audie Murphy was decorated soldier in U.S. military history.
Okay. Timothy Reaper says, did you know that Gail Schuler made a movie? Haven't seen the film, but there's a trailer on YouTube. Just search for Brett Spiner's Rape, the movie. God damn it. Padre Speaks says, Nick, I dedicated my rosary to you and the family, as well as everyone in the chat needing intercession. Happy Easter, bro. Hey, thank you, Padre Speaks. Very much appreciated. F says, dropping a super chat for Legal Smeagol. Mike Hunt says, Nick Rekieta is 5'1". Do I look 5'1", bitch? John Stern says, apparently the American Bar Association just sent a letter to Congress pushing for gun control. American Bar Association is a political.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
they have absolutely no role in the legal profession, in governing the legal profession. We are governed by our local state bar associations that have nothing to do with those dipshits.
Mike Hunt says, Godzilla versus Charles Barkley. Who wins? Charles Barkley wins. He's way more based and red-pilled than Godzilla.
I think you have to go with that.
Kyle Cluckin says, Godzilla versus King Kong was in 1962. I believe the ending was slightly different depending on if it was a U.S. version or the American release.
Oh.
He also says, or Japanese or American release, I mean. Monica's personal fucking fiance says, as Godzilla stomped on Kong, Kong's wife yelled out in despair, Titan brutality. Cole Kiddo says, I'm heading to Tombstone, Arizona tomorrow with some friends. Apparently there's a show there that we have to watch. Anyone ever been there? I have not, but I assume it involves the OK Corral.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Tombstone sometime. I mean, it's just it's iconic.
Yeah. Jeff Patriot says, like Nick always says, $20 is $20. That's true. Kidda says, now before we move on to the vows.
Who can argue with that?
Kidda says, now before we move on to the vows, I see some $20 super chats. Unlikely Beard, will you tell us the first time you met the groom? Alan Rees says, a man asks his solicitor.
That's wrong even to suggest that in jesting.
A man asks his solicitor, if I give you 400 pounds, will you answer 2 questions for me? The solicitor replies, absolutely. What's the second question? Alex Blackfoot says, well, of course you approve. If you didn't, the guy'd likely be dead. That's in response to your upcoming son-in-law. Mike Hunt says, I didn't tune in to watch 2 grown men get all giddy about a wedding. Yes, you did. Nick Naylor says, get Terry Crews.
Sure did.
Get Terry Crews on for Manversations. No thanks. Sleepy Gaunt says, congratulations, Beards. Ty, we know what you're like, so please tell us how you ran the overprotective father scaring daughter's partner act on them.
He did well. He did well. There was some of that. And the thing is, that gives him some great stories, but no, he's a good guy. He really is. I'm proud. Look, it's real simple. When your daughter gets married, you have a choice. You can lose a daughter, or you can gain a son. And I choose the latter.
There you go. Ranosaurus Rex says, on the topic of men becoming men again, for a watch party, you should check out Lads/Bad Lads Army. All 4 seasons are on YouTube for free. Takes modern day men, puts them in 50s national service.
We could watch party TV series, couldn't we?
Not YouTube ones, not on Twitch.
No, but I mean,
yes.
What I mean is Amazon Prime. If it's, oh man, we got to watch Star Trek: The Way to Eden, the space hippie episode.
Oh God.
Herbert.
Thermasius 1980 says, Rackets, I sent you an update. Ty, you're good people. Hey, I saw your update, Thermasius. Thanks for sending it. I'll reply to you tomorrow. Rotting Damsel says, terrible day. Nice to hear Law Daddy's having fun. Sorry you had a terrible day, rotting damsel. Hope it gets better. Mike Hunt
Yeah.
says Ty is Ralph's biological father. I don't think so.
Who's Ralph?
You don't want to know. Peter Pete
okay.
says, can American BP have me arrested if I'm laughing at Mexicans climbing the wall? Border Patrol. If I'm laughing at Mexicans climbing the wall yesterday, it was funny and me and my buddy just watched them? No, they can't arrest you for that.
Well, they can, but that's unlawful because it's a violation of your First Amendment rights.
Right. I guess, yeah. Sorry. Practically, they can arrest you for anything.
Yeah.
It's just wrong.
I was just being...
You're being a lawyer. Velvet Nightmare, thank you for the donation. Sandico says, the vaccines are in violation of the Nuremberg laws. That's a joke. That's a joke, YouTube. Death Trout says, I just bought a few.
The policy of this website to advocate that we follow the World Health
WHO recommendation. Death Trout says, I just bought a few of my favorite movies on Blu-ray with my stimulus, Vanishing Point, Tremors, Heavy Metal, and the full series of Cowboy Bebop. Nice. Permafrost, welcome to
Like
Paralegal.
two in the middle, don't know anything about the other two.
Cowboy Bebop is great. Vanishing Point I thought that's an old driving movie, isn't it?
Just real Nick, you know what heavy metal is.
I'm familiar, yes.
The movie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So roll time back to 1980, a simpler, nicer, or not 81, simpler, nicer time. I was 15 years old. I myself talked one of my buddy's dads into taking us to go see heavy metal.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that poor guy. He was like an English professor at Tyler Junior College. Real super nice guy, just but not really understanding what he was taking, 5 horny teenage boys to see.
Good.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite memories.
Wolfgang Deo says, at Socialism is for Figs, learn WTF commentary is. Thanks for pointing out a new source and new evidence. Yes, but you need to learn this is not research.
Figs is
Socialism is for... It's what?
Does figs mean,
Figs.
the other slur?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Film Actors Guild.
Yeah, exactly. And socialism is for Figs. I like him. He engages vigorously in commentary. It's perfectly fine. Arlanius says...
I'm sorry, who did he like?
Uh-huh.
I missed it. Who did he said you like him or he liked him or something?
I like the YouTube commenter, Socialism is for Figs. He's a mod on the channel.
Oh, that's the name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he engages vigorously in the chat, which I appreciate. Arlanius says, don't have anything substantive to say, but this lecture on not being a moron as a public figure and politician is hugely appreciated. Clean your house before you run for office, folks. Rad Dragonite says, chat not as mad as if you talked about game stories. They never will be. The Fat Man 56 says, almost destroyed Ty. Vic was kicked from a Vegas Star Trek thingy. I'd say Vic's life is still being destroyed. Poor Vic. Hey, Nick, how's the GoFundMe? Okay, a couple things. Yes, he got removed from a Star Trek Las Vegas convention because there are some desperate people out there who are clinging to the notoriety they got from slamming Vic. He'll unfortunately have to deal with those people for a while because they have nothing else to really do.
And that pathetic piece of shit who did that, we'll see.
The thing though is that I still believe that Vic is in a better place today than he was when all this started, and I don't think they successfully destroyed him. He was probably the most booked anime voice actor in 2020, and a big part of that is you guys and your support of him, and the people who were supporting him but don't watch this channel anymore, which is fine because they aren't interested in legal topics. They were here for Vic stuff. That's cool, by the way. But those people deserve a lot of credit for supporting him too. It's that fan support that has kept him going and kept him getting booked and allowed him to keep doing stuff.
They did not achieve the objective that they have almost universally achieved across the board.
Right.
Did they hurt him? Yeah, of course. They didn't destroy him. And
Elder Mikey 0507 says, "Hey Nick, been a couple years since I watched you live. Good to see you again, sir." Hey, good to see you, Elder Mikey. Welcome. Pseudo Snark says, "Always late. Glad you read these at the end. Looking to change life. 38 years old. Thinking law school. Any advice on funding it? LSAT cutoff haven't taken yet, or am I too old?" One, you're not too old.
Not too
Two,
old.
only go to law school if you want to be a lawyer. Don't go to law
Yes.
school if you want to make money or do anything else or whatever. If you want to be a lawyer, go to law school. You have my full support. If you don't want to go be a lawyer, don't go to law school.
Listen very carefully. Law school is not a graduate school experience. Okay, it's not like getting a degree in political science or history or any of that kind of stuff. It is a professional program to teach you to how to do a job. It's fiercely competitive. It's miserable. you know, there's nothing about it that is going to be worth the experience. If you want to go be a lawyer, yeah, but I couldn't agree more with Nick on that point.
All right, next we've got Wolfgang Deo says, "Vic news, no." Cocaine Jedi says, "Always good to see both of you in a stream. Have a good one, Ricky Ticky and Ty Guy, finger guns." Mario Carter says, "Joe Biden is a legitimate president. April Fools." Wolfgang Deo says, "Ty, we won despite fortification. Most voters are GOP." Rick Fastly says, "Ty, I'm looking at forming an LLC in Texas to handle rental property I plan on buying. I'm not a U.S. citizen yet. What impact will this have?"
You're not. There are no laws against you owning LLC interests.
Right.
You can't own a subchapter S corporation, but who cares? The LLC will do everything that you would want the S corp to do and more, and it's a vastly superior structure. So you're good.
Taylor Cook says, "Would it be better for Trump to purchase and merge existing tech over a fresh start?" I don't think so. I don't see any existing tech that would be worth Trump taking it over and
only to have to tear it down and build it the way he wants it to look. I mean,
no, he should if he's going to dump a whole bunch of money and effort into a social media platform, he shouldn't have the baggage of other people's stuff.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction real quick.
Uh-oh.
Whatever Trump does, I think is going to be something different. I mean, materially different. It's going to be one of those, wow, nobody's thought of that. I think he's going to. We'll see.
We'll see. Hedge Thorn says, "Great to see Ty again. I'm a professional software engineer in front and back in web tech and want to help fight the culture war we seem to be in. Any suggestions that could play to my skills?"
Find companies that need your services. Almost any business that's actually owned by a family, a first generation family, is going to be conservative. I literally can't think of a liberal. Now I'm in East Texas too, but still, family owned businesses, especially first generation, skew way to the right. So go find a company that you can help get stronger and better. I think.
Wolfgang Deo says, "I don't care where you go, we are fighting big tech." IWD says, where did that go? Russell Crowe played a villain opposite Denzel in Virtuosity. It was trippy. I haven't seen that. Siren Jack says, "Don't worry, Nick. After you solve the problem, we'll check out the hook while your DJ Ty resolves it." The Silverman says, "As a Utahn, I see Romney and his ilk as dirt, Democrats in Republican trousers, and they are to be trodden. They're to be trodden over and left behind as we move forward." Wolfgang says, "Ty, don't use iPad. Problem solved. YouTube Premium." Architect of Fate says, "Ty, I sent something to your office. Should be there on the 5th. Don't let the others spoil it with Twitter or tell Nick before you're on next."
When y'all do that, I really do appreciate it. If you would, be sure that you tell me what your screen name is so I can have some kind of context, because I know you by the screen
Yeah.
name.
Mario Carter says, "Lockpicking lawyer April Fool's vids equal masterpieces." Oh, okay. Gotcha. Ultima 209 says, "I found religion and became more spiritual because of weed, which got me to study philosophy. I felt like I became a more fulfilled person." Skeet Neat says,
"I'm sure you felt that way."
Skeetneat says Nick and Ty look like the stunt doubles from Michael McConaughey and Woody Harrelson for True Detectives. Thousand Sons #1 best faction.
You're Woody.
Yo, my N. Wolfgang Deo says crap. Bitcoin just crashed to 2135. No savings. Very funny. Macca Jr. says, oh, Ty Beard must be Vic related. Appeals. Ha ha ha. No. Wolfgang Deo says, yeah, socialism for figs. He's all right. Angry Baneling says, hey, Ty, it's been a while since you dropped a gamer word. Your gamer card is about to expire. Please drop a new gamer word to renew your membership. Don't.
What is it? Oh, it's not something I want to know.
It's a slur. Right. It's a slur. You dropped an F slur on one of the streams one time.
Sorry.
Oy Vey says, I work at the hospital. Can my employer fire me for refusing the vaccine? I have medical conditions and concerned of long-term side effects. Yeah, they probably can fire you for that. The short answer is yes. Is that firing going to be justified? Can you make a recovery? Maybe. But short answer, yes, they can fire you. Yo, mom is my mom says, look here, look, listen. CJ says, whatever doesn't kill Vic makes his pants figure. Socialism is for Fig says, sorry, Ty, didn't mean to argue. Just wanted to stick up for our team, but I understand the lawyer side. Good night, all. Biden the Cold One says,
I came from a world where friends were allowed to argue vociferously and still be friends.
Yep.
I liked that place.
It's a good place. Biden the Cold One says, tell Comcast to suck eggs. They're messing with my internet. Well, Comcast, suck eggs. The Fat Man 56 says,
speaking fucking bastages.
Fat Man 56 says, good, keep cool. No, he says, cool, keep helping Vic. Something about maniacs messing with a good man just pisses me off. Quoting Iron Eagle, 1980. Avahine says, I see Ty has a For Dummies book behind him. Ty, did you get better? What were you dumb at? What's your For Dummies book behind you?
Gonna need a bigger blog.
But what's the one that's on your shelf right behind you there?
Let's see. Hold on. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, okay. World History for Dummies, but this was a...
Ty's a history major. Remember this, guys?
Yeah. I know all about history. The price tag is faded completely, but it was $3. So my guess is, this is one of my... There was a time many moons ago where I just simply couldn't pass up an inexpensive book in an area that I liked. And the For Dummies books really are very, very good. Let me see if I don't recognize the author, so I didn't buy it for that reason. But yeah, so.
Sinan Farouk says, earlobe druid, first time donating, love you, no homo. I don't know what earlobe druid it means, but I really do appreciate the donation. Welcome. Thank you. Glad to be your first. And then Wolfgang Deo says, why should we be so concerned about the welfare bitches regarding UBI? There's so much labor performed in thought and actual art that never gets paid. We want to incentivize that labor to occur. Stop YouTube from getting free labor for nothing. It's first of all, labor that goes unpurchased has all kinds of value, just not economic value. I hate to say it. It can be good. It can be great. It can be the best product ever. But if no one's going to buy it, then it doesn't have economic value until it gets bought. So you just because the fact that someone spent time making something doesn't mean that it is inherently economically valuable.
That's the fundamental flaw of Marxism, the labor theory of value. That value is in however much you can build. As Heinlein, I think, gave an example in Starship Troopers. You can spend as many hours building a mud pie as you want to, and it's not worth anything.
Right.
The problem with UBI, guys, is we are not a wealthy enough civilization to afford it yet. Maybe.
On Pawn Stars one time, a guy brought in these painted figurines, and they were really well painted, and they're like cool. They had this specific art style, and he brought them in. He's like, these are gold. They're solid gold, but I painted them. And the guy says, why did you paint them? He's like, I thought they'd be cool art pieces. He said, they'd be worth as much, if not more, if we melted them down and got the paint off of them.
Oh, that's hard.
And the guy's like, well, I worked really hard on them. He's like, the value's in the gold, not in the paint. I mean, you could have painted any material with the same stuff, and that would have been
Yeah.
an increase.
Yeah,
But for gold, like now you've taken a valuable thing and you've made it into a specific niche thing. That guy worked really hard on those paintings and put a lot of effort and skill into them, and they had no purpose. So
now something is worth, and in my job, I get in this all the time. What's a company worth? Exactly what somebody will pay you for it.
yep. By the way, that means you women's soccer team. Socialism is for it does. They'll pay you, and same thing with the WNBA. Oh my God, embarrassing salaries. Socialism is for Fig says, I am super chatting to keep up the stream. Sorry, not sorry. Lol, F your sleep. Oh my God.
Well, harsh but fair socialism.
Angry Baneling says, Ty, got any Dune tangents for us Dune fans?
Just kind of hold my breath for the movie and hoping it's not going to suck.
Yo Mom is my mom says, shout out to Sean Ranklin, Gulag Kingpin, Lord of the Wings. Most of all, shout outs to Holy Gustavo. Also, shout out to Pirating Funimation Anime. Damn. It is my ethical obligation to remind people that piracy may be illegal and they should not do it. They should check with a lawyer in their jurisdiction to find out about the legality of any such actions. Socialism is for Fig says, F your sleep for $2 more and ... Mike Hunt says, can I get you to shout out my friend Jim and Sadie N-word? Shout out
Hey,
my
Jim and Sadie N-word. What? Okay, I've missed something. I've missed something, but do I want to know what it is, Nick?
Hey, Jim and Sadie N-word.
Oh, really?
2D Knight says, what do you think of Jorg Sprav's YouTube union? I may be misspelling his name. I think it's basically pointless, but I hope it works out. I really do. I don't really believe in those type of unions, and I don't see how that union will collectively bargain effectively against YouTube. I think there are a billion YouTube content creators, or however many they have, and if all of the top YouTube content creators left tomorrow, guess what? There would be people filling those ranks the next day, and YouTube knows that. That's a huge bargaining chip for them against any collective bargaining that people want to do.
Lulu.com for Fistful of Toes, or WarGameVault.com. Sorry.
Wolfgang Deo says there is economic value. It is not because the art is worth anything. It is the value of the labor which helped train one's skills so that they are better elsewhere. We're paying for people to play. The economic value is a societal product. But no. I think now you're doing April Fool's jokes. Angry Baneling says, Ty, tell us about what?
Sorry. No, it occurred to me that some of that bullshit that went on with Getz, were they just pranking us because it was? Well, no, it wasn't April Fool's Day.
It's not.
Sorry.
Angry Baneling says, Ty, tell us about the 81st Padishah Emperor again.
Shaddam the Fourth, right?
I don't know.
The last of the Padishah emperors, because Paul Atreides ascended the imperial throne and unleashed the Fremen jihad upon the universe.
I
Is
hate
that sufficiently badass Dune for you?
I hate all of you right now. I'm so tired.
They're torturing you.
Socialism is for Figs says one more time, Figs. And Wolfgang Deo says na-gur, which is a Japanese combination of words. I don't know what it means. But all right, guys, there we go. That's the end of the show. I hope you have a wonderful night. Yeah, I need some sleep. But thanks for hanging out. I can't play the outro with a guest, especially not here in Florida. So if I can't figure it out at home, I'm not figuring it out here. And plus, I'm going to bed. Socialism is for Fig says one more time, baby. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. We'll catch you tomorrow, or I'll catch you tomorrow. Thanks to Ty for coming on. Ty, if you can hang out for 1 second, I got to ask you something.
Sure.
Catch
Enjoy
you
it,
guys.
Yep.
Have a nice night. Peace. Peace.